And
the big question, has the state of Israel made contact with aliens? Well, according to retired Israeli General Professor Chaim Eshed, the answer is yes. Eshed served as the head of Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years, and he says that Israel and the U.S. have both been dealing with aliens for years. Now, to clarify, this by no means refers to immigrants. Eshed is clarifying the existence of a so-called galactic federation, and the 87-year-old former space security chief told Israel's Ynet News that lots of agreements have been made between the aliens and the U.S. to try and research and understand the fabric of the universe. Well, apparently this has all been kept a secret because humanity isn't ready. And if true, it would coincide with U.S. President Donald Trump's creation of the Space Force as a fifth branch of the U.S. Armed Forces. Apparently, Trump knows about the aliens, too. But we have our correspondent Ariel Levin-Waldman joining us to break down the veracity of this report. So first of all, Ariel, give us a breakdown of the most shocking revelations that Israel's former space security chief has made here.
Well, you certainly covered the most shocking ones. The claim made by Professor Chaim Eshed is that we are not alone in the universe, and not only are we not alone, we're not even alone on our own planet. The claim is that we have been visited by extraterrestrial life who have set up a joint base of operations with the United States on Mars, buried beneath the surface. He also claims that astronauts from the United States have been to Mars and are working alongside the extraterrestrials at this Mars base. This, in addition to the claims of a galactic federation, which, interestingly enough, echoes statements made in 2005 by former Canadian Defense Minister Paul Hellyer about visits by extraterrestrials to Earth as well. Very shocking statements, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Right. Well, you mentioned he talks about a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. I mean, Eshed has a serious background. This is a serious guy. Should we be taking his revelations seriously?
In the absence of such extraordinary proof, it's very difficult to take any of these claims seriously, at least not at its face value. One of the things you have to look at is just the laws of physics making things very difficult given the sheer...
Have you heard about this conductive hearing system? These headphones don't go into your ears. These insane bone conductive headphones were designed by the military. And now the same technology is revolutionizing the tech market in the US. These special headphones don't go into your ears, but instead use a completely different revolutionary technology. It was invented by a US Army engineer who built it to give America...
What's up, guys? I'm Chris Lato, retired F-16 pilot turned UAP investigating YouTuber. I'm very proud of this video and feel very humbled and lucky to get a chance to talk with someone like Leslie Kane. She is just a titan in the field of unidentified aerial phenomena. We talked through her whole career, essentially starting back in 2000. She started in 2000.
Imagine a technology that can do 600 to 700 G-forces, that can fly at 13,000 miles an hour, that it can evade radar, and that can fly through air and water and possibly space, and oh, by the way, has no obvious signs of propulsion, no wings, no control surfaces, and yet still can defy the natural effects of Earth's gravity. That's precisely what we're seeing.
What? So, yeah, that was on 60 Minutes, which is just unbelievable. So I saw these videos, these 3 FLIR videos that came out, you know, the IR ones, and I didn't really think anything of it. I was like, just, you know, we've missed the pandemic, whatever, all this stuff. I just kind of looked at it and I was like, yeah, it's probably just some weird, like water humidity thing happening over there or something. But then I watched the Lex Fridman podcast with Lieutenant Commander David Fravor, and it's 3.5 hours, like a super long podcast, which is unbelievable. And he just goes into like exquisite detail on a Tic Tac encounter. So I recommend watching that. honestly, in its entirety. I don't know, for me it was very interesting because, I was a fighter pilot for 18 years, just retired last year, and I don't know David Fravor personally, but I know him essentially. He went to Top Gun school, he was commander, and from the 3.5-hour interview, he is what he says he is, actually. So his words and the language that he uses, I understand immediately, like when he's talking about where he's looking, what he's seeing, the equipment he's using is very similar. So for me, it's just I know exactly what he's looking at, what he's looking for. I have not quite 2,000 hours. I didn't get to 2,000 hours. A little lazy, I guess. 1,850 hours in the F-16, which is a slightly different aircraft. But the Lightning AT is what we use. That is the targeting pod. So in this video, I'm going to go through the FLIR videos and analyze them from a fighter pilot perspective and give you my take, and then what I think of this kind of crazy stuff going on. We're going to be in for a wild ride. Like I said, I didn't think it'd be this crazy, but this decade is going to be pretty crazy. So here we go. Let's get going. On the 60-minute show, they show this video, which looks like about 2004 technology. It's basically the first Lightning pod. It's not as good nearly as the next one, but we'll see. So here, I think they're directed out there. So I'll go through basically this kind of targeting pod, first one, and then I'll explain kind of some videos what the targeting pod actually is, and then I'll go through the other two, and so it'll make a little bit more sense. So kind of just going around quickly, okay, so this is the flight path marker, so the plane is straight and level, okay? So when this turns, that's how you know that you're in a turn, so you maintain your spatial orientation. So this is your target markers, okay, which looks kind of weird. The symbology in the targeting pod that they see in the jet is a little different because the software is written for F-18s made by Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Boeing. So F-16 is made by Lockheed Martin, so of course they have to have different technology, right? Different software. So the symbology is a little bit different and the capability is a little different, but the actual internal capability of the pod is not, okay? So what we see right here, the important things is it's in infrared. And right here it's white hot. You see down there it says WHT. If I get it right here, WHT, that means white. So white is hot. It's in black and white, so it's in the infrared spectrum actually. So the anything that's white will be hot in this case, and anything that's not as hot as that temperature, okay, will be black. So if something is the same temperature as its surroundings, you won't see it, right? It'll be effectively invisible. And that happens twice a day during thermal crossover because the sun, right, heats up the buildings heat differently from the ground, and then when they change temperature, you actually get what's called a thermal crossover, so it makes it difficult for targeting pod. I digress. So here we go. So here's your flight path marker. And another key point, we're in infrared, and this is the SA dot, situational awareness dot. And what it shows me, okay, it's kind of a weird thing, but it shows that the targeting pod is looking straight out in front of the aircraft and, slightly high, okay? But basically it's straight out in front, okay? And the other key thing that we don't get here is any range, okay? Normally you get range from radar. So we noticed before that they said radar evading, he says in a later video. And what I see here is there's no range indication, which normally would be from a radar. So especially this close I would expect a radar. So the question is, what's it made out of? What's the material? Normally stuff reflects back radar energy, okay? But maybe they have radars turned off. I don't know. Maybe they have some weird rules of engagement. But anyway, we have no ranging information. Let's watch through a little bit more. Okay, they're at 20,000 feet. This B is some terrible distraction. Okay, so you see it's still it's white hot here. Still right out in front. So he went to a narrow field of view. He zoomed in. Okay. So now he went to TV mode. Okay, this is television optical. Okay, so depending what time of day it was, I'm not really sure. If it's at night, you're not going to be able to see it. So TV optical, this tells me that this was during the day, right? Unless this thing lights up. So if the thing lights up on its own, then you'll see it would be, if it was flashing, if there were lights on it, I would see flashing lights, like going off. So I don't think it has any lights flashing or anything. So my guess is it's during the day. So the pilot should see this thing because it doesn't look like it's that far away. So he zoomed back out, okay. So another question I had is laser. Okay, this tells you if the laser's firing. So targeting pod has a laser. We'll go through in a little bit. It actually can blind you inside of 13 miles in the combat setting, so it's pretty strong. Normally we go into the training laser, but in none of these videos do I get any indications that we're shooting lasers at them, which I'm curious. Did we shoot lasers at them? That'd be one of my questions. And did they do anything? Did it like just bounce off? Because when we shoot lasers at targets, if you shoot a laser at it, do you get laser ranging, and will it shoot back and maybe attack. I don't know. So questionable. Curious what they did. You know, what do these leaders do? Everyone, you know, it's so funny, right? People are like, why didn't the leaders do anything? Why didn't they do this and that? But like, you know, they're still normal people. Like, you know, if someone came to you and told you this, one of your employees in the refrigerator found an alien thing, but it's gone. You know, would you believe them? You know, and they took pictures of it. So I don't know. I think they just it's easy to disregard. Very human. Expect IR. Okay, and I believe this is the Mach 0.55. So they're not going fast. They're actually going slow. But then that end part, look at that. So 0.55 Mach is slow, man. For so F-16 at that altitude, we're basically going pretty slow. So right behind it, you know, that's only like 260 knots, maybe 20,000 feet. I was never good at that math. So, you know, he's basically kind of just following behind this thing, following behind it, just videoing it. I just wonder what he's thinking. I mean, I wonder what this pilot had to say, you know. Sorry, pilot, if I get you in trouble. But hey, if you want to be on the show, pilot, and you can, then it'd be great to have you. This end part is so sweet. Watch this. Boom. What is that? A normal plane can't do that, right? But a normal plane, right? You see it from the back. You're gonna see the wings go like this, and then he's gonna use air. He's gonna use airflow over the wings. Bernoulli's principle. Okay, so we like push really fast and float through the air. Okay, these things do not seem to be doing that. Watch this. Okay, unless there's a cut there, but I don't think there is. I think he just zooms in, because it seemed like the thing was like zooming away. So he's in MFDB IR mode. Goes to narrow field of mode, narrow. So that's just like a zoom in, okay? And this thing just goes that way. Wow, that's crazy. Like stuff doesn't move like that in the air. This one is later, okay? I don't think we know actually when this one is, but I believe it's up the East Coast. This is the gimbal video. The first one was called the FLIR video. Okay, so this is the newer one, okay? This is the newer targeting pod. And I'll just talk through this and then we'll look through what this targeting pod looks like so you can kind of understand. Okay, so here you have the flight path marker, right? And now this is the plane. You imagine you're looking at the plane from behind. So the horizon's like that, okay? Because you stay, right? When you turn a plane, you stay, and the world actually moves. All right, before we go to this video, okay, let's show you what the targeting pod is. Yeah. It can see through a cloud. Okay, I haven't seen the color imagery before. Okay, so I want to show you here. So the more advanced ones now, so you can see heat differences like this. Okay, so if someone's like, you know, smoking a cigarette or something, you know, you see it very clearly. So you can tell, right? Tires are going to be hot, right? This part of the ground is hot because that's where all the cars go, right? And then this is cooler. So this is more than 25 air forces have these pods. So interesting to see if other countries have seen it. So this is a lightning pod, okay? So it has these several components. Okay, it hangs on the side of the jet. But here I want to point out, like, you can see the propulsion here, right? The exhaust from the jet engine is much hotter. So we can see propulsion from the heat signatures here. This is a F-16. It's actually an F-18 in the videos. But basically it hangs on the side, I believe on the left side for an F-18. Just play more video games. And basically it shoots down, and it does have very strong laser. Like I said, can blind. It's using for ranging. Okay, you can get accurate ranging, and you can also laser designate targets. So that is the laser shooting here. So I just want to show basically that same FLIR video. It's a different aircraft again. It is a F-15. What regular aircraft look like. I want to say basically you can see how they move. Okay, so what's it? So they're moving. It goes there, and then you see the momentum change, right? And it changes, and now they go the other direction. And you can see, obvious that the heat is coming from the jet engine, right, in the back. You can see the propulsion, and then they're just going that direction. Okay, so let's get on to the gimbal one. This one's awesome and so good. So it's 25,000 feet, just kind of following this thing around, not very fast, 0.58 Mach. They're going like 250 knots up at 25,000 feet, so not very fast, okay? And this thing's off their left side, so 54 degrees left and 2 degrees and minus 2 degrees. It's white hot, so this thing is white, okay? And you'll see they go to black hot, so you can swap it. At least in the Viper, it's just like a little team's right, and then it swaps to black hot, which you'll see that they do, okay? Okay, 238, yeah, just lower the airspeed, yep.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. That's just insane. The ASA is I would say it's like they always have 3-letter acronyms, right? So it's probably aerial situational awareness, like display or something like that. We call them HSDs, horizontal situational display. And basically that gives all your radar information, okay, or, you know, data link information. So it tells you where everything is, and they said there's a whole fleet of them, okay?
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. The whole thing, dude.
So that's where they swapped. You see, now they went to black. So yeah, they're going 242 knots. And now just look, okay, so that is detailed, okay? So you can clearly see that. But it is the heat signature, okay? So you can see just like the jet, it looks like there's like heat coming out of here, but you can't really tell.
If you're a Washington homeowner, 2022 is your last chance to go solar. In December of 30 years ago today, KLAS aired a live interview with an anonymous man who made some really astonishing claims. He alleged that the U.S. military was secretly studying alien technology out in the Nevada desert near a base that is now very well known all over the world, Area 51.
A lot has changed in the decades since Bob Lazar first told this wild story. The Pentagon recently admitted that it really has been secretly studying UFOs, and then it wanted to figure out and duplicate that technology.
George Knapp looks back at that 1989
guys were out in Utah, too, that the guys did. We'll probably never see this. So we're going to zoom in just a little bit here, and you guys can see it slow-mo coming through there, and bam, it's gone. I mean...
Chief Day's attention. Clock position.
Who signed him out? Who turns like...
This is Dave.
We all keep our phones safely stowed away when knowing how far away it is, but...
They had on a...
Yeah, who's doing...
Modality in the
That he demonstrated paper you were saying that
and that goes back
people getting on board with it.
And to me, that seemed reasonable. But he was never able to get into the AGU meeting, the American Geophysical Union meeting. He tried year after year, and
Across the very...
I saw in front of me was...
We're joined today by Dr. Kevin Knuth.
I'm presenting this as an application of really all you can do. And they noticed an anomalous round white object approaching from the west-southwest. This was near Austin, Texas. It stopped and hovered for about 9 minutes. And they first wanted to be sure it wasn't an aircraft. So Ray Stanford phoned Bergstrom Air Force Base command post and talked to them about it. They said they were aware of the object, but they couldn't identify it. And he asked them if it would be all right for him to aim his laser beam at it. And they felt it was okay to put the laser beam on it. So I don't think that would happen nowadays, but they did back then. So after speaking to Bergstrom Air Force Base, the object started moving quickly. Ray got into action. He focused the laser, forgot to turn on the video camera, and but basically was taking still photos with long exposures. So he has the photograph of the track of the UFO, and then you can see in this track, you see this little blast where the laser beam actually hits the UFO, where it flies past the laser beam, and he bounces the laser beam off of it. So it was a little helium neon laser, and so it amounts to a nice demonstration that this is a physical object. This isn't just some ball lightning or something like this. And in talking to him about this, it was interesting. He remarked on how afterwards he thought, yeah, this really wasn't a smart thing to do. What if they thought this was we were being malicious in some way?
Well, now, if it's okay, and in the laser strike, I don't recall if you identified in the paper what the shape was, but one of the things that I wanted to ask about, there's some areas for me, because like yourself, I've read a great deal about this, especially recently, and I may end up going off questions a little bit, I should apologize, but there are a lot of things that just make my brain hurt, I guess. And one of them is, so well, part of it is we have a 75-year history of UFOs, right? And some really big events, the UFO sightings in 1952, which they said were atmospheric weather events, which may not have been in hindsight. So we have this enormous history, but we're only really seriously looking at the last few years. And so that one of the things that's difficult is there's almost like this dichotomy, which is understandable, but we have to reconcile at some point. And then the other part is when we're talking about UAPs, it seems like we're primarily focused on this the tic tac, the cylinder shape, as well as maybe these glowing orbs that have been involved with, but then there are also traditional flying saucers that have been reported, and the black triangles and many other shapes. Do you have any thoughts on which ones are, well, I was gonna say which ones are more real or which ones are kind of the official tic tac? I mean, obviously these cylinders are, but the variability, I guess, is what causes me a lot of confusion. Are some of these more likely to be real, and the saucers are maybe more of a product of the imagination? I don't know.
Oh, these are all really good questions. There's many. The fact that we don't know what these things are, and that some of them, or most of these events have prosaic explanations, means that these things are lots of things, right? So I've seen several, and in fact, in the slides in the talk, I show pictures of UFOs that are actually birds. I point out how you can tell they're birds. So I've seen several pictures of birds that are thought to be UFOs, and so most objects that are seen that are called UFOs are identifiable and not interesting. So that's one of the first complications. So they are certainly not all interesting objects, or as I call them, craft with impossible capabilities. Some of them are and interesting, and there is a diversity of shapes, and it's not clear what to make of that. And my guess is there probably are a variety of shapes of craft, if these are craft, which I'm now tending to favor that hypothesis. If you just look on the highway, you've got a diverse array of craft, right? You've got motorcycles to semis to buses to motorhomes to airstreamers, you know, and so diversity is a natural thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if there was a diversity of craft. It would be probably more suspicious if they were all the same. You know, when I think about it this way, the other possibility is, you know, we haven't touched on the extraterrestrial hypothesis yet, and that's again only a hypothesis, but if that is a factor, you know, these craft may not all be coming from the same source. You know, some of these craft could be made by people here on Earth. Some of these craft could be made by non-human intelligences on Earth or elsewhere, and there could be multiple sources. So we don't really know. You look up at you see a plane up in the sky. It could be Southwest Airlines. It could be American Airlines. It could be Icelandic Air, or, you know, or El Al or something. Yeah,
that's an excellent point. And one of the things in the online groups, and again, this leaves the realm of science and goes into UFO culture, which is very messy. But one of the things that when I'd ask this question, the response that I usually get is, well, obviously it's multiple alien species, and that for me, that's, I guess that compounds the difficulty, right? Because well, to be completely honest with you, right now I'm trying to accept the fact that this may be first contact, right? Or, I mean, 75 years of first contact, you know, because apparently we're slow learners.
Protracted.
You know, but yeah, like yourself, I'm going through these different ideas and saying, well, it can't be this, it can't be that, it probably isn't this. And yeah, so you mentioned the extraterrestrial hypothesis. That's kind of where it leads me as well. But the struggle that I have is accepting the fact that these are real, honest to God space aliens is difficult enough. But then to compound that by saying, you know, and again, this is what I'm hearing online, is the black triangles, if they're not ours, they're from, you know, one planet, the saucers are from another. That I have real trouble.
Not necessarily true. We don't have any evidence that they're extraterrestrial to begin with, and how would any of us know how to tell whether they come from one planet or another planet? That's going to require sitting down and going through the technology to see how similar it is. And even if it's similar, it doesn't mean that you still won't be able to decide.
I guess that's all down the road stuff, really, way down the road.
It amounts to, I think, my on-the-fly explanation of not knowing which country the airplane comes from is probably a good analogy.
Well, and it's an excellent
point. You have to do a lot more work than just look at these things, look at a photo of a light in the sky.
Yeah, and I should apologize for jumping way ahead in terms of the goals of the SCU and the things that you guys have focused on, because, you know, again, one of the things that separates you from this UFO mythology is that you're looking at what can be analyzed, right? Not what can be speculatively guessed about, you know. But then I think for all of us, there is always this temptation to guess, you know. So now, so you'd also mentioned that there were recorded observations showing that UAPs operate at low temperatures and exhibit red and blue shifts that might be similar to a warping of space-time. Do you think that these craft, I mean, assuming they're craft, are they doing some kind of a warp drive thing?
Well, that's been some of the suggestions, and that was one suggestion that Lou Elizondo had put out when he presented at the SCU meeting in 2017. So he had mentioned the Alcubierre warp drive, and let's see, I think it's Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis had done some work on, you know, for ATIP on talking about, you know, doing some of the mathematics of warp bubbles and seeing if you could do something with that with general relativity using Einstein's theory of relativity. So that's a potential, it's a hypothesis that's on the table of how these things might be flying. Again, it's complicated because you have, even in, I'll go to Star Trek because it's the easiest one. So consider the Star Trek Enterprise, right? You know, they have warp drive, but they also have impulse power, right? So sometimes they're flying with impulse power, sometimes they're flying with warp drive, and they can use either. So, you know, it's not clear that these craft are always using the same propulsion techniques, or that different objects are using all the same propulsion techniques. So it's difficult to speak in any generality here.
Well, that's interesting because you've also mentioned that, and I think this has been known in ufology, is strong magnetic fields are involved with UAPs, but not all of the time, right? And the same would be electrical disturbances. Sometimes they're common, but they're not universal. So.
Yeah, so there's a diversity of objects that we're trying to study here, and there's going to be very likely a diversity of explanations for their origins, for their, you know, what they're doing and how they behave, or how they're engineered, and all of this, and that makes the topic very complicated.
Now, do you, in addition to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, there is this idea that some, maybe all of these, if they are vehicles, could be some kind of U.S. government black project, right? Area 51 kind of thing. Do you think that that's a possibility?
It's possible that some of them are. I don't think that all of them are. And there's a few reasons. I mean, the main reason why I don't feel that all of them are is because some of these sightings go back well into the 1800s and earlier. So that becomes problematic. I don't think we had any flying projects before the Wright brothers. So you have a problem there. And I think that's not well understood by a lot of people. And And in that article that I mentioned from earlier in the interview from the National Fishermen, they talked about several events that happened earlier than the 1960. And I think one of them that I really thought was interesting was this one in 1887, November of 1887.
The Great Airship Mystery, right?
Oh, no,
Oh. So you were talking about the 1887.
1887, right? So this article talks about a case in November of 1887, and it happened near Cape Race, Newfoundland. And it says another object was observed by an unknown ship, and this was actually reported in the magazine L'Astronomie. The object actually came out of the ocean, and they said it emerged to an altitude of 17 meters. It started moving against the wind and stopped close to the ship observing it, according to the log, and then it rushed away in the sky and disappeared. And it had been viewed for a period of 5 minutes. So there are similar cases way back, that's 1887. That's a long time ago.
And similar observed behavior too. That's also very interesting.
Similar observed behavior. Yeah, they have, and they talk about several other cases. They have another case from August 12th, 1910 in the south part of the China Sea. A bright wheel underwater spinning close to the surface was seen from the Dutch ship Valentine. So it was a fascinating article that that really caught my attention when I was young. Now here's the earliest one on record that they could find was from ships was May 15th, 1879, when a ship called the Voltour sailing the Persian Gulf sighted 2 giant luminous wheels spinning and slowly descending. They were seen for 35 minutes and had an estimated diameter of 40 meters.
So again, there's a lot of variability as well.
A lot of variability, and these sightings go back well into the 1800s. So it's difficult to believe that these aren't all a black project from the U.S. or from some other country.
Do you think that how difficult do you think that it would be to reconcile some of this? Because again, there is a history to this as well as a cultural history, right? And again, that's very messy. But to reconcile that with what the military is currently seeing, it seems like at some point that'll have to at least be started, I guess. Do you think there's any way to do that? Or
that's a good question. I don't know exactly how that will happen. I think once we start learning about what these things are, where they're from, and especially learning about their diversity, and why that is and what that means, then I think we'll be able to do a better job of putting things together and figuring out historically what some of these objects were.
Yeah.
I think it's going to give a lot more credence to a lot of these old sightings. Once you realize that these things are actually real, and you go back and realize, people have been seeing these for a long time, and there are reports, Roman reports of flying shields. So, and the Japanese called them flying umbrellas. So they've been around for a long time, quite probably.
Okay. Now, it is interesting also, we recently did the APEC conference, and Gary Stevenson did a presentation where he was mentioning UAPs. He'd said that the fact that the UAP went back to the combat assembly point, the cap point, and again, this is, I believe, 2004 footage, indicates that they understand our transmissions, right? They can
Yeah, so if the whole thing is being spoofed, then whoever spoofed it, if the whole thing was a trick, they really know what was going on. But the whole cap point, I think in our paper we mentioned the cap point, the probability of them going back to the cap point is extremely small.
So that brings up another fact that this is, because then I guess, and this goes to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, do they understand our language or not? Lots of questions there, but really some things like that seem to indicate that they probably know just about all there is to know about us.
I would guess that if whoever was operating the Tic Tacs or in control of the, where that Tic Tac went next when it went to the cap point, whoever made that decision clearly knows not only our language, but they can easily unencrypt, our military transmissions and all of this, which already is worrisome. But if they can do that and know our language, they probably know pretty much everything there is to know about us.
And that was my thought. One of the things that I wondered when he mentioned that, the next thing my mind jumped to was if you can do something like that, then it should be a piece of cake for them to get online, right? And once you're online, you have access to all the world's information.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. It's kind of like the backwards of what happened in Independence Day, right? So instead of Jeff Goldblum going up and introducing a virus, they could actually do that. I never thought about that the other way around. It's funny.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so yeah, that does bring up a lot of big questions. So, well, Kevin, I should thank you for your time again today. I should ask what comes next for you in this area. I know you have a presentation coming up in the near future, right, for the SEU, right. But and we also have the D&I report, which I think we're all kind of waiting on. But what comes next in the short term?
Yes, I'm still working with UAP expeditions, and we are still planning on trying to collect data on UAPs. So we're still planning on going to Southern California at some point and trying to observe these things ourselves. I think that's got to happen at some point. I mean, scientists have to start looking to see them. And so, and we have David Mason, our engineer at UAPX, has several military-grade FLIR cameras that we are now using, just basically watching the skies at various points in the country, our backyards. So,
well, you have to start somewhere, right?
You have to start somewhere. So, and we've had some success. And actually, in one of the slides that is in the upcoming presentation, we have a UAP that David Mason filmed from Washington State, where basically that video is interesting because he actually captured it on 2 cameras, so you can rule out artifacts easily. And in one of the cameras, the UAP was following a jet airplane. So the jet airplane flies through the video first, and it's followed by the UAP. And you can see that the two look nothing alike. The jet airplane's hot, as you'd expect a machine to be. And these FLIR cameras can give you temperature. And the UAP is this trefoil shape. It looks like a 3-leaf clover. And it's cold. It's about 60 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, which is quite surprising. And actually, I don't think we got to that point about the Alcubierre and space-time warping. That hypothesis assumes that you're warping space-time to get anti-gravity. So if you're going to keep something aloft this way, then you'd expect there to be anti-gravity on the bottom and gravity on the top, something like that. And that would basically, the strong gravitational fields would basically Doppler shift the black body radiation coming off the craft. So the anti-gravity part would blue shift it, which would give you much higher frequencies. And some people have suggested that maybe this is why people are getting sunburned from being close to UFOs or having some kind of radiation exposures from X-rays because of these blue shifts. But the point that I make in our talk is that the UAPs that we've recorded with the FLIR cameras are actually cold. And so we don't see any of the blue shifting going on that one would expect to see from any space-time warping. So I don't think we see evidence of space-time warping yet.
Okay.
That's really the point there. I don't think I make that very clear in the slides, and I'm probably going to edit them before the talk.
Wonderful. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your time. I sincerely appreciate it.
Great. Thank you for having me.
A rash of UFO sightings across Michigan in the mid-1960s launched investigations by the highest levels of government.
I'm serious. Like.
Facebook is the only one. All right, I guess I'll start. We should really only go an hour because I'm going to Seattle tonight. So, hello. All right. Go ahead. All right. All right, so welcome to what I believe is the 7th episode of The Mindful Activist. I'm the host of this podcast, and we're broadcasting live on Facebook and on YouTube. So I'm Matt Reddy. I am the founder of the Global Consensus Project, the creator of the Hive1.net activist platform, social media platform. What else? And I am also an elected politician. I'm a hospital commissioner here in East Jefferson County, Washington. So today, I am very happy to have a good friend of mine, Jaleh. I've never seen your last name. What's your
Alma E.
Alma E.
Yes.
So a good friend of mine who I never call by her last name. And so before I ask you to introduce yourself, I was going to introduce you in a way I've never introduced a guest before, which is with a little video introduction, which they'll see a little bit of on our giant screen here. So this is a little video from the day I met Jaleh, which was several years ago, back during the Occupy movement, and let's see how well this works. You know, I might have to I'm not sure it's fair to them to really be shown, but if you can see this is, no? It doesn't look like they can see it very well. But we have Jaleh in a police outfit, and you'll at least get to hear some of it.
Are you kidding me? I got kids at home. I'm going to have to fight for childcare.
Yeah, sucks. How's your shoulder?
My shoulder is killing me.
Well, when we take him down, let me do the heavy lifting. Just back me up, please.
All right, I'll go, Sean. Take him down.
When we edit this together, we're going to we'll show it.
Hey, we're doing a direct action. Okay, come join us.
All right, so when this is spliced together, it will actually show the video on the screen. You'll be able to see it well. But this is a performance of, or a performance award of the Poetic Justice Theater Ensemble, which you were a participant that day in that performance. And we'll come back to that. And so that was when I first noticed Jaleh existed in this universe. But then, after that, oh, it's sort of a shame this video doesn't show up. Maybe I'll just show the pictures. So, no, they don't really see that here. But there's a big, if you could see this, there is a big tent in front of Bank of America and a bunch of people here outside protesting.
That was actually a really great action.
It was.
For those who don't know Port Townsend, it's a pretty small town on the Olympic Peninsula, and there was a really big turnout to basically occupy Bank of America. And the Poetic Justice Theater Ensemble, which I'm a member and trainer of, a program of the Mandala Center for Change, which I'm the co-director, we showed up to do a public performance as known as a forum theater project, which essentially invited people on the street who were watching to come step in and replace the character they saw struggling. And the little play that we did, which was just about 5 minutes long, was essentially a play about police brutality. Some protesters peacefully singing and linked arm, and these two police officers, myself being one of them, kind of going overboard, quickly resorting to violence and arrest, specifically of the man of color who was there, even though all the other people were white. He was doing no different than anyone else. Even as I'm talking about it, this was a couple of years ago, but it feels like even more relevant now than before. Not that the number of, especially black men, but black people in general, has not, the number of black people who are incarcerated and the level of police brutality that they're met with on a day-to-day basis has been happening for a long, long time. But now mainstream media has caught on and amplified the awareness, which is different now than it was even just a few years ago when we did this action. So I was really proud and honored to meet you because you were one of the key organizers in that event. And so it was sort of the first union of grassroots organizers meeting, and I consider myself a theater activist. And so that was my world kind of colliding with yours. You had been doing a lot of work with the Occupy movement here locally. So it was a really nice exchange and a great turnout for a small town. I mean, do you remember the numbers? I felt like there was well over 100 people there.
Probably. I mean, through the course of the 4 hours. And
Right.
Yeah, it was very surprising to me. And it was sort of a magical moment because we, after the performance, we did this march, and I was going to show that video, but it's not coming through. I'll splice it in. But we marched with this giant tent and with bagpipes and drums, and I think the whole Poetic Justice Theater ensemble joined, and we marched through the main street of Port Townsend and through a bank drive-through and brought it back to Bank of America and put the giant tent right in front of the front door, and then then people went and laid down in the drive-through. And but during the march, which was like really one of the most inspirational moments of my life, just like carrying. I mean, we didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know if it would be like 3 of us marching into the streets. You know, it turned out to be a huge crowd. But so I'm carrying the tent and I have my phone out and I'm taking pictures. And I turn around and I took that picture. And this, I'm like flipping through my pictures afterwards, and I'm like,
I would like a copy of this picture for those of you who can't see it. It's me in a faux police uniform with a very smug grin on my face.
Yes.
I chose to keep the police uniform on because I felt kind of like a badass. You know, I'm exercising my power there. I had my teenager's faux leather jacket on, and as a theater artist, we had the police hats. And yeah, I liked actually messing with people's perception that maybe there was a cop in the mass that was part of the action. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it was kind of pushing the edge just a little bit, and I loved that. I loved it. I loved the idea that people could, yes, I might have been misrepresenting, but not really, because I wasn't acting like a cop. I was just walking with the hat and the coat on, so no official anything, but it was great.
I don't think you actually broke the law impersonating an officer.
I did not, but visually, you know, if a passerby was walking and they saw me, I think they would, without really looking closely, it did look like there was a police officer moving with the action and holding a sign and chanting and like really participating, and even just the idea of, you know, what that might imply to others was enough for me to keep it up.
Yeah, it was quite a day, and that was a day that I met Jaleh. Although you know, it wasn't until I sort of got to know some of your work. I've seen you perform or interact many times with the Poetic Justice Theater Ensemble, which does these incredible cutting-edge activist theater, interactive activist theater events, and which is often giving audience members opportunities to become part of these scenes, which are often basically, I mean, the group tries to come up with the most intense, you know, relevant, controversial type of scenes and subject matter that we could, as a society, possibly be wrestling with, and challenges the audience to come and interact. And I've seen you be a part of it. I've seen you get up and participate, and I've facilitated groups with you and helped with the process. So one of the most impressive people I know.
I'm very humbled.
So, and so is there, before we get into some other subjects or deeper into these subjects, is there anything else you'd like to say about introducing yourself to the audience?
Sure. So, first of all, thank you for inviting me into this conversation and participating in this very multimedia way. It's really cool. This feels like technology at its best, you know, to create forums for exchange and dialogue. And that's really at the center of all my work. So is connection and exchange and sharing stories and the power of narrative, especially as it relates to social movements. So I could talk more about that in a moment. But by way of introduction, I would say my name is Jaleh, and I'm an Iranian-American Jewish woman who is a theater activist and a mother, and the co-director with my partner, Mark Weinblatt, of the Mandala Center for Change. One of our programs includes the Poetic Justice Theater Ensemble, which you've been referring to, which is unique in its ability to do what's called applied theater. And our techniques focus specifically on theater of the oppressed and playback theater, which are under the umbrella of applied theater but operate very differently, where theater of the oppressed is very focused on solution-oriented, in its most popular format, which is forum theater, which is what we've been referring to here with this action. And playback theater, which is way more focused on building community through the sharing of stories and seeing those stories reflected and growing and connecting through the reflection of personal stories, not specifically focused on moving towards solutions. And what makes us unique in this work is that we combine them, which is not happening in any significant way that I know of. These bodies of work are practiced around the world. And in fact, Mark and I are teachers and facilitators to train others to do this. Mark especially is world-renowned in training in theater of the oppressed, and we host an annual training here in Port Townsend, now 24 years strong. So a number of international community come here to train in that methodology specifically. And we've started to tack on like a day-long intro to playback because which I lead and teach. I come from a playback theater practitioner, trainer background, ritual theater artist, Yeah, so that's a little bit about that world. I have 2 teenage sons, stepsons, 15 and 17, and one of my own, Darius, who's 3, and they are profound teachers and are profound motivators in all of my work as an activist. So when I lose sight, I just kind of come back to my kids and all the kids that they're connected to say, okay, now I remember why I'm doing this and what it's all for. So I don't just say I'm a mom flippantly. It's not like I'm a mom and I'm really proud of that, or I'm a mom and I'm stressed out and frazzled. Those definitely come with the territory, but it's actually parenting conscious children who have a social consciousness, especially young men, but women too. And so far, who knows who these children will become, having them be good allies and strong advocates to work as an ally to marginalized populations and have a sense of the world outside of their own little American bubble. These are important things to me, and they are a guide and a Geiger counter for me in terms of my personal work and my work in the world. So that's a big piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where I'm like, oh, you opened a couple like interesting threads,
Yes.
and now I have to choose which one to chase down.
Yes. And let me just say props to anyone out there who is a parent, and props to all the aunties and uncles and grandparents, because I do believe it takes a village, so I see us all in the picture, just naming my own piece in that introduction. Okay, which thread?
Well, okay, let's go with the youth, young people
Let's do
power thread, because that really resonates with me. I feel like since I don't know, this is just my impression of the way our country has sort of been since the 60s, but it seems like during the 60s, at least college-age youth, college-age young people were more engaged in the massive activism that was going on around the Vietnam War. And I feel like that something has really changed in our country in about the level of engagement of youth and high school and college age. There's massive disengagement of all demographics, but it seems like when you were talking about how important it was to you that your children are, I don't know how you said it.
They're engaged in the world around them.
Yeah, and allies.
Yeah.
That was what really drew me, because I feel like the youth of our country are so incredibly powerful.
Mm-hmm.
If they knew, they just don't know how powerful they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and so I really appreciate the work you and Mark do in sort of really engaging youth and young
Mm-hmm.
people. You just did a big
Youth Empowerment Project,
Youth Empowerment Project.
using legislative theater,
Mhm.
which is a different type than what I was talking about before.
The fourth type of
Yeah, we do. It's all in the vein of applied theater. Legislative theater would fall in the umbrella of theater of the oppressed, and with youth specifically, it was it's policy making, legislative theater. It essentially invites into the audience the decision makers, the policy makers in that community related to the topic that's being explored, to witness and engage in different ways, so that at the end of the evening, there is actually a voting that happen with the audience members to generate proposals and vote on proposals to actually make a change with the topic being explored. In that instance, the Youth Empowerment Project was specifically exploring schools and the education system, which we could probably spend the whole time talking about the failure of schools in this country and the disservice it does to our young people. And so that was a really powerful and potent time. Mark and I are also very active in the community. He is a teacher at Jefferson Community School. We've set up rites of passage programs for both of the older boys, a lot of mentoring, just really trying to keep the pulse on what's needed and what's missing and how we can help fill the gap based on our time, willingness, and skill to share and offer. Although I did want to respond to what you were saying, because to me there were two things that were coming up to me. One was, it's kind of like, where do you put your attention? So one thing I've become profoundly aware of is just the children who are being born now. It is a next level of who's coming in. And this isn't like the full mainstream picture. This is like a portion of children who are coming in with these amazing capacities for compassion, for empathy, for learning, for knowledge, for this like deep inherent wisdom that they're just being born into the world with. And sure, one might argue, all kids are that way, but I'm talking about like next level. And people put words to these kinds of kids, and I don't know about all of the rhetoric. Some of it kind of tips on the new agey side, which I get a little wary of, but
do you not want to mention those words?
Well, I don't even know some of them. I've heard titles like, I'm trying to think of one now, Indigo Children, for example.
I'd heard one.
Crystal Kids, this like, and I think it's referring to a consciousness. So if you're able to ride that new age line with your, social justice lens in check to say, where's the truth here? How does that relate to what I'm doing in the work in my community? Anyways, I think for me, even just bringing it up, for me, what it means is that I'm working to see that piece in every young person that I interact with. and like investigating like where is that gift. And I don't know, I'm not specifically a youth worker. I wouldn't call myself a youth worker, a youth activist or anything like that. But it's like without the children, then for me, I lose a huge driving force and center point in the work that I'm doing. Like that's who it's for. I'm trying to create a better world for the next generation. In Indigenous wisdom, you're looking 7 generations out, right? And so, yeah, I forget the other thing that came up, but it's, yeah, there's a lot to be said on how we hold our youth and what more can be done. It just depends on what angle you're coming at it, education system or, you know.
Well, I just see them as, well, what really rocked my world was when I went to Hong Kong, you know, and the umbrella revolution that was going on there, it was youth-led. I mean, it was so clear, you know, I would just go to these protest sites and you'd see some of these like high school kids, and they were, you know, blocking the streets, and they were sitting under these tents in this one Mongkok district, very crowded district, and they're blocking these 4-way, you know, intersections, and it's only like high school age kids inside. Around it, you just see the older generation just standing at the edge, and I just took photos of them, and they just like are staring at the kids. Some of them, I mean, the older they are, you know, it's like I like perceive even more levels of fear, you know, and then but also you could see like, I mean, it's like this mix of fear and admiration, and because I mean they're messing with China.
I
mean,
love that you're bringing in the worldview, Hong Kong. I mean, it gets me thinking about Standing Rock and the youth who ran literally to DC, this thousands of miles, you know, and the number of youth currently at the Sacred Stone and Standing Rock camps who are infusing this historic movement with their leadership. It's not just their energy, but like the kids you're talking about in Hong Kong, they're putting themselves in positions that one might say in harm's way because of the clarity of passion. And when you look at Standing Rock and this movement that's happening currently in our country, you know, it is in that cultural setting, the elders are listening to the youth, right? Which sounds a little different than your experience of the fear that you saw in some of the older people in Hong Kong. And to me, there's such a dis-ease and an unhealthy quality of mainstream America's way with the youth and elder relationship that is so severed that it just is this huge, vast chasm to have to bridge, you know, and that takes a lot of work in and of itself. And so dialogue, you know, creating forums for us to come together and exchange ideas and supporting young leaders and, you know.
Yeah, because if you are, I mean, the youth in the United States, I mean, if you look at the way the power machinery, it's like, it's almost like it's been structured to force, you know, keep youth power in this bubble.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's like,
they're dangerous, man. They're powerful.
I mean,
they're powerful. The UAP government is freaking scared of them. That's a powerful force. If there's any young people out there, you better listen up, man. You're a powerful group, you know, and the government is scared of you because of how powerful you are. It is a structure. It is a power structure that says power over, and everything goes into that, which is brilliant for something like Forum Theater to show a slice of that and then ask people in the audience to get up and try solutions. So what do we do? What do we do? You know, and in a case like that, if we were doing a show, we might even say to the adults in the room, you're making guesses here because you're not a youth. You don't really know what the reality is, but go ahead and try if you've got an idea, you know, and then the dialogue continues. Is that, what's the impact of that? And, you know, that's an interesting part of the Theater of the Oppressed, also referred to as TO work, is after someone gets up and tries something to then have a couple moments to debrief it, analyze it, you know, really engages the critical thinking, which, you know, the other thing we haven't mentioned related to youth is, and I believe this is part of the power over structure, is media and technology. You know, you can't have this conversation without including media and technology as the main sources of control. And unless you've got a really freaking empowered youth, you know, who can at least see that as they're engaging with it, or make a choice not to engage with it, or engage to a different degree than their peers, you know, they become one of the flock and are controlled by the media, the messages, all the conditioning. I mean, it's a sick and twisted world. And how can we remove ourselves from the paradigm that is created around us to create a more healthy and vibrant world for ourselves and the people around us? That's happening all the time, all over the place. But if you aren't looking for it or connecting to that, it's so much easier to get hooked into all the dysfunction and crap that isn't working. And that'll just take you right down. It's almost impossible to keep your heart light when you're really literally being drugged down with messages that say you're not enough, you're not good enough, you're not slim enough, you're not bulked out enough, you need to buy this, you need to buy that, you know, whatever, on and on and on.
So let's talk a little bit about the media, and you touched on that, because it's sort of, I mean, I see the media is one of the huge power arms of the machinery that keeps things the way they are, and it keeps power structured the way it is. And this sort of ties to something you mentioned earlier about why violence against Black men in particular may be becoming more to the forefront. I don't know that it's escalated, I think what's happened is media is becoming more and more free and democratic. So it's basically these cell phones everywhere that now can do like what we're doing now, a live video stream the moment something horrible is happening. This is a big chink. It's a big weakness in the armor of the power structures that hold everything in place. And a place like China is well aware of the danger of really free media. And when I was walking around Hong Kong, whenever something was happening, there were just like cell phones. It was just like nothing but cell phones around. And they're just crossing their fingers, hoping the Chinese aren't going to like kill them anyways, because they, still could do some pretty brutal things over there. And I was, the whole time worried it could happen. But it's just like in Occupy. Same thing happened in the U.S. during Occupy events. It was cell phones came out, and people, when something brutal was starting to happen, said people chant, "The whole world is watching." With this, hope that, and this sort of like belief that if we just open our eyes and see what is happening, that will in itself, cause, it won't stop what is happening necessarily, but it might, feed the energy that needs to be fed to get us to change things.
I absolutely agree, and I think it really goes back to the narrative. So we all, youth and elders and young people, older people, all of us have, I love the way you talk about it as a chink in the armor, a vulnerable place. It's like that little belly of the dragon, that place where if you're going to shoot an arrow, it better hit right there between the folds, of that armor that the dragon wears. And it's not just cell phones, I agree that we do have more ability, although to a degree, so I have heard plenty of stories of things getting shut down on Facebook. You think that it's free until you get shut down. Plenty of people on YouTube who have a great time going until they get a little too much attention and they get shut down, right? So, for what it's worth, Big Brother hasn't disappeared, right? I mean, we are, again, it's this idea of freedom, and I think we have to exploit it. We must exploit it because we know that we will be the people who televise the revolution. It sure as hell is not going to be, Fox News that does that. And yet, one reason I really love the Global Consensus Project is because it's working outside of a paradigm in a way. You're still part of the World Wide Web, and we're all vulnerable in that way. But things like Anonymous come up to me. Like, there are ways to manipulate the system. And so that's interesting to me. I'm not, personally, I haven't gone down that path. I didn't even know there was a dark web until my 17-year-old, woke me up. If people don't know that this exists, it's very important if you have teenagers. And the dark web, I don't know much about it other than it's like where all of the dark stuff happens. The selling of drugs and people and pets and weapons and pornography and pretty much anything and everything. I can't really say anything more than that other than I didn't even know it existed until about a year or two ago. And so, anyways, I feel like it's yes, to exploit the freedom on our behalf, and also to recognize that we're still working within the paradigm that has been created for us. And so it's a both and. And I think we have to take it as far as we can and examine the risks that are involved when doing that. I think any passionate person who collects an audience and is either good at tech or has a team of tech to really be strong and get a message across at some point will be shut down. And so strategically needs to know how will they avert and keep going to find the next avenue to keep going. And so every time they're shut down, they find here's the next place to pop up. And given that, there is a tremendous amount of resource being made available to all of us because of something as simple as a cell phone. We know, for example, I'm just going to go back to Standing Rock because that's something I'm very connected to right now to support and stand in solidarity with our indigenous people and tribal nations of Turtle Island. We know that the dogs who were there for unmarked, unknown security didn't just show up to instill fear in the hearts, but actually did damage to people. That mace was in that kid's eye, and we saw it go in, and then we saw a picture of it. We saw it happening in the moment. So I love that chant, the whole world is watching, and I would love to resurrect that from the Occupy movement to be more of the norm. And I'd love to learn more and support more, especially with young people who are constantly, many of them, empowered with a device to know how to use it and to know their rights. That's a key piece, is like, we actually do have, I don't know where the constitutional rights live, but that information is out there, and I'm like all about it. Even though I don't know all about it in this moment, I'm like totally supportive.
Well, I think, I love your focus on narrative and on, I had another person sort of like really talk to me about that. And there is such a power in the narrative. Who controls the narrative, the story of our country, of any event? And it's like this contest to control the narrative that gets into the mass media. But you're not going to win that game. We are not going to win the game of controlling the mass media narrative. Good to play that game. You gotta do that. But what the weakness is that we flood the airwaves, the internet, with the narrative that we want to tell. It's like anyone that feels that their voice is not being heard could be heard, could start a podcast, could start a YouTube channel, could go on to now, there's YouNow is a video website that anyone could just go on and start a channel and start talking about whatever they want to talk about on Facebook Live. And
I think getting more resources shared of alternative media outlets is also really helpful. Someone just turned me on to the Unicorn Riot, which I didn't know existed until quite recently. It's a very radical outlet for news, and so far in my fact-checking seems accurate. So I think sharing resources can be really helpful. I think my only devil's advocate in listening to you say what you just said is there's this really fine line around, in terms of alternatives to narrative, of people putting out skewed narrative, right? Where, I don't know what the motivation is, but I'm going to keep referring to Standing Rock because it contains so much of my focal point right now. Is on Facebook and social media, I believe Twitter as well, there were some pictures circulating from 2 music events. One was Woodstock many years ago, and the other is Burning Man. These pictures went out with trying to make it seem as though these were pictures from Standing Rock, of the camps, of the number of cars, of the number of people. And it totally legitimized it for whoever read it if they did not fact check it, right? And so I think, yes, we have to create a new narrative, and man, is it a piece of work to do that fact checking and not just believe. Like, it's fine to say I'm going to be opposed to mainstream media and just focus on alternative media, but then there's an extra piece of work included on that, and that is the fact checking, and that is the resource checking, and that is the, just because it's alternative doesn't mean it's true. You know, who's putting this out and why? Who's backing them up? You know, I mean, I don't mean to get all what is it called when you get worried, suspicious, you know, or whatever, but I think you have to use caution, you know, for real, especially when it comes to social movements. There's always going to be an opposition. And so even if it looks like a positive message, it's good to refer to the gut and the intuitive mind, and then do the little bit of extra work if it's something that's interesting to you. Is this true? Is this really true? Is anybody else saying it's true?
Pretty good advice in general.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
totally. But we don't all take that time. I don't take the time everything I read. I don't fact check, but if I care about it, then I'm going to do the extra rabbit hole to find, you know, where is this leading me?
Yeah. I mean, I find another just critical way of getting closer to a reasonable truth about anything is just the closest person you can get to that is close to the events. You know, it's like just speak to, I mean, if you want to know anything about what it's like to be a certain type of person in this country, talk to a person.
That person,
you know?
right?
Yeah, I mean, if it just opens up, you know, when you ask a person, tell me about your world, and you are so flooded with information and understanding that you don't get if you ask somebody else that, you know, is in your bubble already to tell me about what's going on over there in Standing Rock, or tell me about what it's like to be, you know, scared of the police in our country.
I definitely agree. I think that's what I love about theater is it puts people in touch with each other so that we're not making guesses about what does a marginalized person, and when I say that, that means anyone outside of a dominant social group, right? So whether you like it or not, you know, some systems might put you at the top, you know, white, male, cis, right? Your gender matches your presentation in the world, cis male. And
what is cis?
Cis, C-I-A-S. So it's a terminology used to recognize, does your presentation, does the bodysuit that you have match the gender presentation? So do you present as a man? Do you follow the binary? Do you follow the cultural, I was going to say cultural norm, but, you know, the cultural norms are changing. I went to a doctor appointment this morning and filled out, you know, male or female, and I told the lady, I said, wow, your form is really out of date. And she said, really? I said, yeah, the last form I filled out, there were at least 4 options on gender, you know, because there's just this huge movement around the whole attitudes and beliefs. I mean, the bathroom, you know, signage, just as one little piece that's in our, you know, ethers right now. Gender nonconformity, you know, and we have, that's a whole nother level of educating ourselves. But you want to know what it's like for someone who is trans or operating outside of the gender norm, you're sure as hell going to make a lot of guesses until you actually go to someone and ask, what is your story? What's life like for you? You know, I just love storytelling for that reason. I love bringing people together in a forum where there's actors in service. You know, it's like this, it's that little bit of a bridge that happens when maybe there's a little social awkwardness to ask a certain question or whatever it is. You know, we're all in the room together and we have questions about each other, and we're all carrying these vast life experiences and wisdoms. And, you know, you get a prompt at the top of a show for 2 hours, you know, a facilitator puts out a prompt, someone answers it, and then that leads to another reflection. And someone says, oh, that makes me think of this in my life, and they share. And someone listens and says, oh, that I relate to this piece in their story, and it brings that story in. And it's just one after the other. And in playback theater, we call it the red thread, that thing that starts to connect us. It's the humanity. You know, it's like none of us on the planet escape the need to be seen and heard. No one.
Does anyone escape the fear of being humiliated?
You know, man, I don't know about that. I mean, humiliation comes with the territory sometimes, but I don't know. I you know, playback theater, it's not always deep and serious stuff. I mean, life has to have the happy, light, beautiful, memorable, enthusiastic joy exuding out of all your pores moments to put into context the deep, dark despair. You know, we wouldn't be right without the full range. And even when we struggle in expressing the full range of our lives, that's still noteworthy. I mean, the humiliation might be an internal thing. I don't know. Maybe it's, I can't say, but, you know, I just believe you just I just accept folks wherever they're at. You know, it's not my job to judge. We all have a journey that we're on. So.
Well, maybe you can answer this question I've been wondering about all my life.
Whoa, no pressure.
Yeah. So whenever I do something that I find really humiliating, and I'm usually laying in bed thinking about it over and over again, I tell myself, other people are laying in bed thinking about what they did that humiliates them. They're not, no one is sitting around with a notebook of my humiliating events, and they're not like all replaying it. It's after, nobody cares.
You're
is
your
that
own
true?
worst enemy.
Am I telling myself the truth? Nobody's paying attention? And am I ruining that by videotaping myself and sharing it with the world?
You know, we are our own worst enemies. I mean, that's a platitude that has some truth to it. I certainly am not tracking your most humiliating moments.
You're not? Okay.
And I'm also not spending time laying in bed thinking about the humiliating moments of my day. I do reflect on what could I have done differently, pretty much on all things of my life. Humiliation is a funny thing.
Maybe embarrassment.
Embarrassment, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I look back and I'm just like, did I really say that or do that?
Yeah, I've learned to be really gentle with myself because you know, I'm gonna mess up a lot, especially I'm gonna mess up. Yeah. I mess up so many times every day, and I think it slows me down. Unless it's a really big mess up, you know, the little mess ups, I'm learning and affirming to myself how to, you know, take it in stride, to notice the learning, integrate, and keep moving, and not let that slow me down too much, because I don't feel like I have time. You know, I feel the urgency of the world around me, and I want to respond to it from a really grounded place. And so if I get too head trippy on myself, it takes me out of the process, and then I get it's easy to spiral out for me. Yeah. You know, and so I think having good people close to me who can reflect back, who I can check in with, hey, I said this stupid thing, you know, can you give me some feedback on that? I mean, in a way, it's a great segue to talk about allyship, you know, because it's like, if I said something that was upsetting to, for example, a person of color, like, I want to check in on that. There's a little thing popping up on the screen.
That was a text message on my phone.
Okay. Yeah, I want to reflect on my actions, my behaviors, my words. I want to reflect on that, whether the person is going to call me out or call me in, this different way of being, calling someone out in a public setting, hey, that's not okay, or calling in, you know, privately saying, hey, something happened, I need to process with you. If that never happens, but I have that little niggly like, I wonder, was that okay? You know, I have a practice of taking the initiative to circle back and double check with that person if I can, or at least someone else, to say, this wasn't feeling right, and can you give me some reflection? Because we need each other in that way. We can do so much reflecting for ourselves, and ultimately, I think survival depends on each other to survive and thrive. You know, I like to focus on the thriving part, but the baseline of survival is putting myself in a circle of people who I trust, I admire, who I can learn from and also share my gifts with, who I create enough trust to be able to go and have these, like, I share a humiliation moment and actually get some honest feedback. Yeah. So embarrassment, humiliation, jealousy, those are strong teachers. And so I want to slow down and reflect and integrate when those things circle around.
Yeah, I hear you. And you're reminding me, it's kind of the strategy I've been using with this podcast, is I'm starting with a circle of allies and friends, you know, and sort of to build up, you know, my momentum and my confidence as I, you know, expand the conversation to eventually to include every voice I possibly could include in this conversation, this dialogue, and try and figure out how do we make the world a better place. And a lot of those voices and a lot of those people are very challenging and draining for myself, at least sometimes. To
the people you don't know outside of your ally circle.
I just well, you know, I'm a politician, so I interact with politicians. I mean, huge egos, not just on the board that I sit, but we interact with representatives and senators.
I love your honesty, Matt.
And they are, you know, and it is a weird thing interacting with people that believe they have power in the world and they are important and their opinion's important and they feel comfortable talking down to you or raising their voice to you, or just being incredibly rude in other ways. And that is just not what my community is like in this world. That is not the type of people that I interact with, other than my dad. But you know, it's like that's the world of politics. Everyone's acting like my dad. You know? But yeah, we cruise through the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, are we at 5 past?
5 past 2.
All right. Well, can I ask you one more juicy question that I've asked?
Juicy question. Yes. Here it comes. Juicy question.
Juicy question. So it's about the power of violence and the power of violent communication or the threat of violence. So I'm just curious, how are you when you encounter violence, whether it's just anything from raising a voice to try to pressure you one way or the other, change your behavior, or I don't know, or anything beyond that? How do you react, or what are your tactics with that?
That is a juicy question, especially in the times we're living in right now, where there is such a threat of force and violence at all times when we step out to take action for what we believe in. So I'll respond in two ways. The first way is that if you had asked me this question 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, a little differently. So one way I'm hearing this question is, you're asking how do I react to it, but I'm also thinking of this question of, would I resort to violence if it came down to it? Because a couple of years ago I would have said yes. And I think it's interesting to self-disclose in this way, because it's been a real journey to recognize, and this is kind of going back to your question, the effect and impact of violence on me. Mostly indirect, but in some direct ways. I'm talking more about social movements and activism right now. I mean, I'm luckily not a domestic violence statistic, although I've experienced that as a child. I feel safe in my home and in my community, so I'm not facing violence on a daily basis, and I recognize the privilege that I have in that way. But I have traveled in places where it's been not safe to express myself or be passionate. Also, being cis female, I'm in a very different category, putting myself in certain situations than someone like yourself who's a big tall guy. So I'm bringing in these other contexts to say these all play into my response to violence, including just my heritage, my ancestry. I know genocide in my ancestry. I know in my Iranian lineage what it means to be persecuted for your beliefs, your religious beliefs. And so something exists in my DNA, in my molecular body, that says it's not safe to be too passionate or too vocal because of the threat of violence. So you have a text message that you want to check?
No, I just wanted to clear it. I don't know if it interferes with Facebook Live, if that text. I don't think it does, actually.
Yeah. So these are important things to consider, because my story and my heritage and my bodysuit are mine, but everybody has their own unique identity that informs a response to violence. So having said that, I've been on a real transformational journey the last couple of years, and which is maybe another podcast some other time, sure. But one of the threads has to do with nonviolence. And so armoring myself with a deeper commitment to nonviolence, and this is it's a toolkit. It's not any one thing. It's lots of different things, including training, of like what are my rights as an activist in a protest or an action? How do I pray by myself? How do I pray publicly? How do I surround myself in a prayerful way? When I say pray, I essentially am referring to my ability to create a space in my heart and a space around me that calls for a good energy, a higher presence to be with me, to protect. And we all pray in our own way, and some of us atheists who don't pray at all, that is totally valid too. But I have found prayer as an action is extremely powerful. And so my commitment and remembering of both the old ancient ways of my Iranian and Jewish lineage that I mentioned that had the fear and the death and the violence in them also are held with tremendous wisdom of how to survive, how to thrive, how to protect, how to connect, how to build vibrant community. So those are things that I'm now more focused on in terms of my response to violence is essentially related to those tactics and strategies. I mean, there's probably a lot more to say about that, but it's actually violence in general is escalating in this country, gun violence specifically, so I can't say that I don't feel worried when I go into big public spaces, or that I avoid certain places because it doesn't feel safe to me to be at a stadium scene just because, and so I try not to it's a very fine line for me. I try not to let the possibility of violence keep me from living a full life. And at the same time, for me personally, I feel like I need to be more aware of it and my response. It's moving with a warrior heart, really. It's having my defenses up, but not having those defenses limit what I can still take in, if that makes sense. It's not an armor that's impenetrable. to love, to connection, to story, to friendship, that kind of stuff. But, building an armor for myself and then sharing that armor when I see someone who doesn't have it need it. And that's another piece of the work, the exercises that must happen for all of us to feel secure and confident in our ability to take good care of ourselves and then extend it. However we do that, whether it's prayerfulness or throwing your body over somebody or having a good lawyer on speed dial, or whatever, maybe all of those and other things too. So there's a lot to say about it, but I move very humbly through the world in a general way, and with a lot of compassion for those who are coming from a place to act violently. It's a tremendous amount of compassion, because I know no matter what anyone debates me, that person is struggling. And there is a place where an origin of the pain that I may never know, and that's fine, but I believe that the origin of that pain exists in them, and my response to that person's or that people's violence will affect their next action, Yeah. Do they pull the gun and actually pull the trigger, or do they just pull the gun? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the difference between the first pulling of that gun and then actually pulling the trigger has this little moment of, what is my response to it? Is it a place of fear, or is it a place of compassion? Is it a place of humility? I'm not surrendering and being like, oh, okay, shoot me, but it's like, I see you suffering, even if I never say those words. It's a response to violence that comes from a place of compassion. Yeah. That was a very long-winded way of saying that, what I just said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're bringing lots of images to my mind, and I don't know, for some reason, I've had this image of me being in a situation where someone just totally has me under their control, pulls a gun on me or something, or is threatening violence to me. And I've had this, I don't know if it would really happen, but this image of me meeting it with compassion, just saying to the person, is this really what you want? Is it really, and just, you're in charge. You could kill me right now. Or, I mean, I do think it's not like I wouldn't personally give up on tactics. I'm open to tactics to, in response to violence, but the world is more powerful than me. It's very easy for me to be in a situation where I have no control over what's going to happen, and I would hope I meet it with compassion, I think this could turn out better if we aren't violent in the next few moments for both of us, But
it's good to rehearse these things. Even, I would wish that neither of us, I would wish that no one has to deal with this, but that's not the reality.
Yeah.
That's not the reality. That's far from the reality. And so, also legislation, there's to be an action around making a difference with our voice, with our vote, making phone calls, writing letters, showing up, supporting changes to be made for how our police operate in this country, how guns are thought of, and NRA's got a lot of money, so we're up against, a pretty big beast there, a lot of deep pockets. Yeah. But if we just say, well, it's too big and it's just a violent world, then that feels like a defeatist attitude, and so I want to be both strategic but also realistic. I pray that I never get held to gunpoint, and that may be the case for me as a light-skinned woman, but I know that's not the case for most people of color in this country. Will not have that luxury of not ever having violence acted upon them, whether it's a police or not. It doesn't even matter, and so I think it's important, like I was saying, to know how to extend protection and be active in our legislation and solidarity to change the culture of violence that we live in. It is a culture of violence. It has to change, and it must. And it is, but again, there's an urgency there. That's very, very key to the next generations coming. What we expose our children to, I think, is a huge low-hanging fruit of how we can affect change in the culture of violence. And that's something as simple as, what are you exposing them to? TV, movies, video game-wise. What is the language you're using? Is it filled with profanities or anger and rage? Those are also could be considered violent. So, starting where we can affect change and keeping sight of the work that needs to be done on the other levels. To both end. Yeah. Just talking about the world today.
Talking about the world. Well, we have cruised past our 1 hour mark pretty well. Is there anything else you would like to say to the universe before we wrap up?
To the universe. Yes? Well, it looks like there's a couple of people on that I'm seeing.
Oh, we could check to see if they were.
On the side there.
Indeed, one relative, I believe, of yours.
Okay. All right.
Very nice little comments, Kelly Grace and from Rosanna. No questions have been posted.
Okay. So I'll close with two things. One would be to give thanks to all my relatives and all my relations. So I mentioned some of my lineage, and I just want to recognize that all of those who came before me are what's helped me sit here now with you. And so I'm just giving credit where credit is due, and I acknowledge all of those who came ahead of you to bring you to this moment. So give thanks there. And I'd also like to say the Mandala Center for Change logo, which is pretty cool, mandalaforchange.com. The little plug is change the world and have a good time doing it. And so that is, what I'll leave you with and just leave myself with. And
change the world.
And have a good time doing it. Not just fun, but a good time. A good time can be hard work, but, have a good time. To me, that includes take care of yourself, take care of each other, find ways to nourish along the way so that we're having, you and I and we, the collective, are having a good time changing the world. We have the power to shape and change, and we're stronger together. So let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All
right.
right.
Now, everyone out there,
go change the world.
You do your part.
And have a good time doing it.
Then you come back and you can be a guest on the show.
Yeah.
Tell us,
That's great. Thank you for holding space and your good questions.
Thank you. Do you ever want to be a guest host?
I would love to.
Host, and so you could be interviewed by me or Jaleh.
Yeah.
You can request.
Maybe next time I'll interview Matt. Has anyone interviewed you?
Not on my show.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Yeah, that could be your warm up.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. So cue the disco music to end the All right. All right. Hey out there, on various cameras, Facebook Live, our awesome audience of 4 people. This is The Mindful Activist, a podcast. This is episode 6. My name is Matt Reddy. I'm the host. My guest today is Jack Cooley III.
It's true.
I am an activist, the founder of the Global Consensus Project, the developer of the Hive1.net software, also an elected politician here in Jefferson County. I'm an elected hospital commissioner. We're going to jump into it, and we're going to go an hour, and then there might be, if we want to talk, sure, the official show will be an hour, and we can keep going for a little bit after if we want. So, as I said, joined today by Jack Cooley III, good friend of mine for how many years now?
I guess it's been about 8 years.
8, really?
Yeah.
That long? 8 years, jeez, wow. We worked together at the local hospital in various ways, in different departments.
Yep.
But how would you like to introduce yourself to this vast audience?
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I'm Jack. I'm a ne'er-do-well rapscallion and general layabout. I perform. I drift. I'm going back and forth between calling myself willfully unemployed and semi-retired. Haven't decided which one I like better. But
okay, so let's see. Ne'er-do-well. I don't know what's a ne'er-do-well. Rapscallion. There are several things in there that
I do things that generally. What's a good way to put it? I'm not a rule follower or a person who does what's expected.
Not a rule follower or someone who does what's expected. Okay.
That sound accurate to you?
Yes, I would definitely say that is my experience. So you're saying you like authority being held over you?
Yeah, I'm a real Trump guy. No, I'm not a fan of any sort of authoritarianism. I think that for some people that makes a lot of sense. Some people that really need to be directed on what they should be doing and how they should think, and that's just not really my jam.
Okay. All right. Well, before I get into the standard line of questioning that we begin these, I remembered one technical thing I need to do. So I'm going to do that, which I need to reach back here and hit record on that.
What is this?
So this is this is actually the Zoom software. It's a live video conference software. So technically 50 people could join right now.
Yeah, we could just have drop-ins right behind.
Yes,
Okay.
we could.
I like that.
But the only way they would do that is if they actually had the link to the Zoom. And so I'm going to post that also right now on Facebook in case any crazy person wants to do that. All these little technical details. And
if you had some sort of like teenage producer that could be doing that for you.
Indeed. If I had like
an intern,
or apprentice of some sort, that would be very helpful. Maybe something like that'll happen. Hint, hint. Okay, so let's go into we'll do the standard question.
Okay.
Do you consider yourself an activist?
No. Short answer, no. I'm not sure that I could give a long answer even. I don't consider myself an activist.
And so when you say no, what is it that you're thinking of? How is an activist different from you?
I do not try to affect change on large or small scales. I do not actively try to change people's actions or opinions.
Okay. So do you feel like the way the world works, the way power works in the world, the way when I think of power, I think of the way governments work in our country and around the world. Do you think they're functioning in a good way?
No, not really. But I don't think they ever have.
Do you think they could function in a healthier way than they function?
That's a good question. I suppose theoretically, sure. Practically, maybe not so much, just because 7 billion people, 7 billion different ideas of the way things should be, and there's no one right answer.
Are there better answers? Are some answers better than others?
At the risk of invalidating someone else's opinion, I would say that sure, for any one person, there's an answer that is right.
But you don't personally feel drawn to try to affect how power works in the world on the big scale?
No, not particularly.
Are you affected? Do you have significant sort of power dynamics that work on a small scale in your individual life in any frame, whether it's professional work or community or anything like that?
I don't think I fully understand what you're asking.
Like, well, why don't we go to my second line of questioning, and it sort of goes to
Sure.
this, which is, how are you in power struggles? Like, do you often find yourself in any sort of power struggle where anyone is trying, particularly, to exercise power over you?
I don't often find myself in power struggle type situations. I react differently to different situations, as does everybody else. Everybody likes to think that they'll behave a certain way in the future when something happens. But between the three options of fight, flight, or freeze, you never know how you will react until you are actually in a moment. There have been situations where I've been very quiet and allowed things to happen that I could have stepped in and stopped. There have been situations that became unnecessarily violent. Things happen.
Okay. Interesting. So it sounds like you've got a few different stories.
We probably don't want to share too many of them.
You've had a colorful life.
I have. Had a colorful life.
Well, what if someone was raising their voice to you? And is it...
I'm amused because knowing you the way I do, you like these hypothetical situations.
I like real situations too. I like real stories.
Sure,
but,
sure. You know, it's all dependent on the situation. Sometimes it's really easy to let somebody just blow off steam. It's like, okay, well, you feel like you need to be loud and assertive right now, and I'm going to let that happen. If there's not an immediate danger posed, then, you know, let somebody vent. That's fine.
Does it trigger emotions if someone's getting loud like that, particularly towards you in your presence? I mean, personally, I'm usually emotionally triggered. I don't know if someone complained about me using that word, but you know.
Well, it's a mimetic phrase these days.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, everything triggers emotions, whether it's somebody being loud or somebody whispering in your ear. It changes the chemicals in your brain, and stuff happens.
So is it an effective strategy if we want Jack Cooley to do something for us to raise our voice and say...
No, an effective strategy is to encourage me not to do it. Tell me I'm not allowed. And I'm like, well, fuck you. I'm kind of like perpetually 17 years old in that sense. If you tell me I'm not allowed to do something, I'm very likely to do it.
And
wind blowing.
Yeah, wind is blowing everywhere. So that must frustrate people that like to exercise power
Yeah,
around
I'm kind of
you.
a dick like that.
Yeah. I see.
That might be why people stop asking me to do things at work, actually.
Did that happen?
Oh, over time, sure. But, you know, I think I'm also quick to share my opinions and point out when people have been repeatedly wrong about something and encouraging us to stop listening to them.
All right. All right, well, I've exhausted the two questions that I asked people.
We're all out of questions. It's been a great show. Thank you all for coming. How many do we have now?
And there was a comment by Rosanna, why not? If he is not drawn to create change, what is he drawn to? What the heck do you care about?
Oh, what am I drawn to?
Oh, and how do you feel afterward when you did not step in and could have? So she actually listened to your other anecdotes.
How I felt afterward, I don't know. I mean, you go through a myriad of emotions. I don't really dwell in...
You need to get a little closer. Facebook can't see your whole body.
Well, it's more comfortable over here. There's something to lean on. It's weird if I lean on you.
Oh, we could adjust all the cameras.
For not stepping into situations, yeah, I don't know. It's I don't really feel any regret over not doing anything. Sometimes things happen.
Well, what kind of? I mean, I would think it depends on the kind of situation. If it's, you know, if you're like near a bar or something and two guys, you know, start to go at it.
Sure, I've sat back and enjoyed watching two idiots beat each other up.
That's I feel no
can't
regret.
Feel bad about that. Like, well, they jackasses were going to do it anyway.
Yeah, it's different if somebody weaker or vulnerable
Sure.
is getting hurt. You know, you wouldn't stand by and allow that unless you were really.
Oh, I think like an elementary school sort of thing. I probably did. More like self-preservation of a very small human. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
What was your other question?
The other question was getting at your apathy for being drawn into trying to fix the world in any way. I don't know if a lot of people. I have a lot of friends who are kind of apathetic about the world, and so I think some of the activist community might be curious what these apathetic people are doing on an activist podcast.
That's true. You know, I'm not an activist, so why am I sitting on this couch sort of question? Sure. Which I don't really know how to answer. Some people are Philistines and don't understand why art is created, and they have absolutely no interest in it. But we don't berate them for not writing or painting or sculpting.
Sure. So you don't see it as part of your life's purpose to, on any large scale, affect the world, or is that true? I think there are things I know you're involved with that if you completed them and published them, say, they would affect the world in a larger way. But it's do you want to talk about anything like that you?
Well, I don't go into anything with that sort of stated purpose in mind.
No.
Like I don't do anything because I think it's going to change the world for better. I do something because it's a thing I want to do.
Do you care if it impacts people at all?
Not particularly. I don't want to be the cause of a negative impact on a person, but yeah, I don't think I do anything that would. Well, I don't know. Maybe some people have been offended by things that I've said and done.
Some on rare occasions, people have been offended by what you've said.
Sure, it's been known to happen.
I've heard stories of people coming up to you on the ferry that were just like overhearing conversations being.
Yeah, that did happen.
Just coming up to you and saying you're a horrible person.
Yeah, there was a whole group of us, and I'll share this with the four of you. We had gone out to dinner. I'm not even sure how many of us there were. There was 5 or 6 of us that had gone out to dinner and had a few drinks in Seattle. We were riding the ferry back home, and we were just being who we are, which tends to be a little loud, and we make a lot of jokes. I didn't recall any of them being in any way offensive. We were just like making fun of each other and having a good time with it. There's almost nobody else on the ferry, but this one woman just kind of came out of nowhere, and she addressed the group of us and specifically pointed at me and said, "You're all terrible people, you're an asshole, and you should be ashamed of yourself," and stormed off. Wow. Which left us kind of sitting there going, well, what did we say?
Do you think that was maybe a supernatural being that was incarnate in a person? And
I sincerely doubt that.
You don't think that was a message from, the universe saying, you're really a jerk, maybe you should be different?
If that sort of soft, gentle evening that we were having, making fun of each other in a space where we were all comfortably making fun of each other and had nothing to do with this other person. Granted, it was in a public place. I understand that. There weren't any kids around, and I don't think we were saying anything terribly lewd or offensive. So it's no, I don't think that was any sort of divine intervention to try to get me to change who I am.
Do you ever feel inspired to walk up to a group of people that you don't know at all and just like pass massive judgment on them and storm away?
No, I can't say I've ever felt that desire to pass judgment on people. I internalize my judgments of others like so many other people do.
And then you blog about them or something?
No. I make mental notes on how I do and do not wish to present myself to the world.
I see.
Like you ever driven by like some hate group having a protest outside of something and be like, wow, those guys are dicks. I should not be like that.
That's actually,
sort of things like that.
I started thinking sort of that way in college. Yeah. It was when I was starting in the dorms, I was seeing the way particularly other guys were, the way they were behaving. I was like, okay, I do not want to be that.
Yeah.
And it was like, I remember saying to my friend, it was like a revelation to me, this good friend of mine. I just walked up to him one day and says, I don't want to be like the people I hate.
Yeah.
It's like, that's goal number one.
No, it's great.
Don't be like the people I hate.
When you reach a point in your life where you can readily recognize a bad example of a human, you can be like, I don't want to be like that.
Yeah, actually the first time I had that revelation, we had a video recorder, a VHS, and we recorded in high school, a bunch of us hanging out, and I was watching it, and I was seeing myself and the way I was behaving, and I was like, oh my gosh, no, I don't like that person who I see, and I'm hearing, it's like, oh my gosh, you are so obnoxious, Yeah. That was a rough moment for me. I think I was probably like a freshman hanging out with older people.
Sure. Yeah. I remember seeing photographs of myself, or old VHS recordings of myself as a child, and going, God, look at that, he's what a fucking brat.
Yeah.
Annoying little kid. I was also the youngest, so like we would go to family gatherings, and there's 35 cousins rolling around, and they're all several years older than me, so in that kind of pathetic youngest kids cry for attention sort of thing.
Yeah. So how do you, I'm going to get kind of philosophical here.
Okay.
How do you approach life? Like, do you see it as like, I can give examples or just leave the question like that. What is your attitude towards it? Do you feel like you need to accomplish something? Do you feel like it's a game? Do you feel like it's absurd and nothing and you just do whatever you want? Or
I feel like life should be a one long learning experience. You should be constantly learning new things, whether it's just things about the way things work, the way people behave, things about yourself. I think that, learn often and do things that you're afraid of doing.
So that sounds like one lesson right there. One teaching from the Book of Jack.
The Book of Jack.
Learn
often. That sounds terrible. That's a book I wouldn't buy.
Learn often. I would skim through it in the aisle at the bookstore.
No, you sit down for a minute and at least read the table of contents and then put it back on the shelf.
No, I would read your book. I am publishing a book, so any friend of mine that writes a book,
surely
I'm going to tell them I'm going to read their book.
I'm at least going to tell them that I'm going to read their book.
Absolutely. So what other, do you have any like major like lessons about life that are just like, you know, that are really like central to you, and say this, let's just say in 1,000 years this video is the only thing that's left. It's the only thing that survives into the millennia ahead. And this is what they're going to hear, this interesting character Jack share this is what he learned in life up until this point.
See, this is one of the reasons I wanted to know what you wanted to talk about. Because this is a question that I feel deserves a well-crafted and thought-out answer. You're just going to put me on the spot.
Well, actually, but you can we can have a moment of silence while you on camera search for your well-thought-out answer. Or I can keep talking. I can keep like prefacing it and building it up while you compose your answer if you want. You can also come back, you know, to a later episode and say, I'm ready for that question now and I want to answer it. So you can defer.
Yeah, let's defer that to a later date. I'll send you an email from.
Okay. From where you're going.
From far, far away.
Yes. Okay. All right. So since we completely cut off that awesome question, that was a great question. Now I'm demonstrating my amazing interview skills.
So you want to curate questions for each person that you're going to interview beforehand, so you can be like, well, let's ask this.
That's the way other people do things.
Your formula for success. Fuck it, I don't need it. Good. Figure this out.
No. This is a mindful conversation. So it's like, all right. So what that was I went for the goal, the big question, and you sort of pretty gently deferred it. So
mostly because I know for a fact that I can say things that are garish, and come to regret them later, or try to be pithy, but it comes out sounding wrong. And I would rather, if you're going to ask me a high-level gold star question like that, I'd like to have a good response to it, something that's well thought out.
Well, I totally appreciate that. Some people, like my father, who I think I convinced to let me interview him, although I didn't do it.
Yeah.
His big hesitation was he doesn't want his words recorded. You know, he doesn't want what he says recorded. It's just like this really strong anxiety about it being about him saying something that he regrets and having it like
and having it captured forever.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the reasons I prefer email to phone conversations, is because I like to be able to sit down and think about a response and put that up there, or at least, you know, I mean, I like scripted performances too for that purpose. Like I can deliver a line as it needs to be delivered each time instead of having to come up with something immediately.
Okay, so I'm gonna get philosophical with you. Again, is something happening here?
No, I'm just noticing. He's got porn on the laptop. It's distracting, is what it is.
All right.
Elected official. That's fun for me.
Yeah,
I always forget that my friend Matt is an elected official.
You trigger the elected official, like you know, little part of my awareness. You know, that's a little. That's not really what's going on my laptop. All right. I'm gonna go more philosophical.
All right.
Okay.
No, go for it. I like it.
Okay. So I guess going back to how seriously do you take life? How seriously do you take this world, the events on Earth?
Not terribly. Life is ephemeral. It's fleeting. It's over in no time, and there aren't a lot of things I take seriously. I try to take my relationships with people seriously. I try to be a good father, son, brother, friend, husband. That's probably the one thing I really take seriously is my relationships with people. But other than that, everything is so cosmically meaningless that it's hard to take it seriously sometimes.
Do you ever doubt the reality of the world?
Sure. It's entirely possible that once you start thinking on large scales, like the reality of our existence, it's really easy to say it's highly possible that none of this is real, that we live in a false vacuum or a simulation of some sort. It's fun to explore that, and it's a nice way to kind of write off why you do things. I can't say that I believe that it's not real. You know, looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's as real as it needs to be for all of us.
So, okay, so you've thought about the simulation theory, that this could be not a material world that we're living in, but a simulated, like a virtual reality type thing. Yeah. But you don't see, even if you knew right now it would not change a lot in terms of like how you relate to the world and change the meaning of it for you, or the things that are meaningful to you, it wouldn't change those things terribly.
I don't think it would. Having a harsh reality change happen to you, it's hard to say for sure how one would react to that. But yeah, I don't know. It might make me very angry.
Oh, angry at who? What?
Anger at not being real, at feeling for decades that you are your own person and not.
See, my main well, if I found out it was definitely some sort of simulation, I would one, all the time I'd be talking to myself, to whoever's running the simulation.
Oh, I do that anyway.
Yeah. Maybe we should do that right now. We should have a conversation with the people potentially running the simulation. And,
Sure,
you know,
sure.
What do we want to say to them? I want to say, if you guys want to give us any like superpowers, I mean,
telekinesis would be nice.
Whoa, you mean, is that the moving thing in your mind?
Yeah.
That's not the telepathy.
No, I don't want to know other people's thoughts. That sounds like a drag.
Yeah, no, I've read some sci-fi
People
books.
think dark shit too, man. I don't want to get in on that.
I mean, I would be into telepathy, but you have to be able to turn it off.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a nightmare.
And it's so invasive. I feel like I wouldn't want anybody reading my thoughts. That's just rude.
Yeah, no, incredibly invasive. But it also would be such a learning experience. You know?
Sure.
It would be. I read a sci-fi book or a fantasy book where a little girl was born with the ability to read people's minds, and there's just like a curse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially reading, anyways.
Yeah. No, it does not sound pleasant.
So, is there? Let me finish that thought. Is there anything you want to say to people if there's anyone running the simulation? I don't know why I'm looking up. Reboot, and start over. What point do you want it to start over? Reboot.
Jesus. There was a mutation that happened at some point on a DNA level that helped primates evolve into human being or Homo sapiens. In fact, Homo erectus, Homo pygmalius, all of that. Let's kind of go back to right before that and just stop that from happening. Let us be animals instead of what we. I don't know. For better or worse, we are.
I don't know. I mean, you don't think maybe? It sounds like you have kind of a negative attitude towards humanity.
Yeah, people are bastard-filled bastards.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. I've known a lot of them. No, people are fun. I don't know. There's all kinds of different people in the world, and some of them are bastards, and nobody thinks they're the bad guy, even though, a lot of other people might think that person is a bad guy. I mean, every grand villain that the planet has had did what he did because he thought it was the right thing to do. So every activist out there in the world is doing what they think is the right thing to do, and it's two sides of a really fucking weird coin.
Yeah, I mean, you're messing with fire. You try to change anything. I mean, whether or not you do it on a big scale or a small scale. If you have a friend.
No, I don't have one of those.
Let's suppose you had a friend.
Imagine if you will.
And suppose you had a friend that actually cared about your opinion of things, and you could influence them.
Yes.
I mean, I'm often, I have a friend like really talking to me about like a decision or whatever, and you have power there. Mm-hmm. If they're, asking, and you have power to push them one way or influence them to go one way or the other on a decision. And sometimes, you actually care about what they do because it affects you. You actually have a preference, at least you think you do. And, you can use that to push a decision one way or the other. But you never know what the consequences are. It's like if you have a friend in a relationship or something, thinking about breaking up or whatever, and you influence it one way or the other, you don't know if you're making things better or worse, really. You won't know for like 5 years. And even then, you may not know. You never know the consequences of your actions.
It's true.
Yeah.
It all works out in the end. It's okay.
Does it? Does it all work out in the end?
Sure.
I think that's your advice.
Sometimes it works out in a really shitty way, but it worked out.
The plan came together.
That's right.
As the A-team would say.
What else you got?
What else you got?
What else do I have?
What topics do you want to? I mean, this is called the Mindful Activist. We can actually talk about anything that we want to. You still have me. You have me sort of like churning and curious about your attitude towards humanity, your attitude towards the bastards.
It comes and goes. It's really easy to swing from seeing all the awful that is in the world to seeing all of the good that is in the world, and it's easy enough to say that people are good, and then there's child soldiers in Africa, there's a lot of good and a lot of bad, and if you live in a nice isolated good part of the world, it's really easy to see that it's really easy to have the worldview that people are good, and if you live in an isolated shithole part of the world, it's really easy to not trust anyone and see all of the bad in people. Your worldview is greatly influenced by your immediate environment.
So, in saying that, I mean, you're obviously one of the people that doesn't stick your head in the sand and ignore how bad it is in some places on Earth. You are aware of child soldiers, and there's much worse examples to give than that.
There's all kinds of bad.
Yeah.
Hence telepathy being no. Hard pass.
So we talked about like seeing someone getting hurt, some violence happening in front of us would be, if someone was weak or vulnerable, in front of us, that is different than seeing just two thugs beating up each other. I'm sort of curious how, you sort of gave examples of bad things happening in parts of the world.
Sure.
It's far away, but does it does it not cause any sort of like, if I could change that, I would, it does make me angry. Is there any sort of that, or is it?
So you want to circle back to almost what do you choose to be apathetic about?
I suppose that's what I'm doing.
I think that what there's almost a slippery slope of caring, and that sounds awful. I know that, but if you're going to pick and choose what you care about, then you have to pick and choose very, very carefully. Otherwise, you just need to start caring about everybody's problems, and then you don't have time for anything else in your day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something, I don't know if other people do, but I think that's something I sort of like, I started struggling with in college, was like, what do I care about? You know, and whose pain do I allow to affect me? And so who do I feel empathy with? Because I guess it was in college when I just first started to get a sense of how much suffering there was in the world. And I think I guess the reason I'm asking the question is I still struggle with, what is the healthiest attitude towards these things? I mean, I've just simplified it down to there's my life, my happiness, and then there's global transformation to a better world. Those are the two things I care about. Sure. It's like, and so it's like everything in between that. It's like people like had a car accident today, and then it's like
that universe-wide area of gray between them.
Yeah, well, it's like you said, I can't like be empathetic with everyone's individual suffering about their lives, but I basically just look at it, other than doing what I need to do to take care of my little microcosm of my life, which I do need to care for. So the only other thing I care about is how do we change the world into a place where we don't have those dark spots in these countries. I mean, it's like literally that's my activism. It's like I'm looking at those dark spots. It's like because that's my goal. We do have to like clean up the crap in the countries that have wealth and power and infrastructure and can walk outside without getting beat up or worse. But the only reason I'm just like really enthusiastic about trying to fix that is because I want us to get everywhere. It's like the bastards in the world that you mentioned. They just really, since college, they just irritate me that they use their power to dominate people in the world, and they love power, love power struggles, love politics. They keep good people like you, apathetic. I think they actually, they want you to be apathetic.
I'm not sure that apathy is even really the right word for it. So if you talk about the dark spots, so let's say you have the dark spots and you have the bright spots. And there is the thought that, the longer you stare into the abyss begins to stare back, right?
What does that mean?
And you end up being influenced by the things that you're trying to change. You can't battle monsters without yourself becoming a monster. I think that it's, for me personally, it's best to make my brightness brighter and avoid the darkness. I would rather not contribute. I think that my contribution is not being a bastard to other people, and that the people around me can see that you can live your life without oppressing someone else or taking food out of somebody else's mouth, and maybe somebody will see that as a good example of a person and not a bad example of a person.
Totally get that. I'm still stuck on the you can't battle, the whole staring into the abyss staring back, and you can't battle a monster without becoming a monster. That's a pretty grim statement.
Sure, that is a grim statement.
Monsters
that is a grim statement. So I mean, when you go off to fight a murderer and you yourself become a murderer, how does that help the world? In what way? It doesn't stop. It just creates this never-ending cycle of violence and pain. Because, let's say, the sake of argument, you have the opportunity to go back in time and kill Hitler. Everybody's favorite kill Hitler story, right? You have the opportunity to go back in time and kill Hitler. So you go back in time and you kill a kid at art school. And his mom hates you, so she kills you, and that upsets your loved one, so they kill her. And it's the terrible cliche. Well, it's not even a terrible cliche. It's just in the world of an eye for an eye, everyone is blind.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to fight violence with violence.
Expand on that. Tell me how you're going to fight violence without violence.
Well, during the civil rights, fighting.
The civil rights movement lasted well over a decade, and there were hundreds of riots. There was a lot of violence involved in the civil rights movement.
No, I'm not saying some people didn't. I'm saying like when they took the buses down to the South to challenge segregation. Like looking for the wrong word. And they would, they were fighting violence with nonviolence resistance. They were going into cafes and stuff where blacks were not allowed, and they would sit down and they would order food, and they would take whatever violence was put their way, which got pretty bad at times. That was an absolute action. They were going straight at the monster of prejudice, and they weren't using violence. They were using nonviolent resistance, and it's a powerful tactic. There's other options. You don't have to use the tactic that your opponent is using. You don't have to use the same attitude, and you don't have to hate your opponent. That's something that the Dalai Lama says. You don't, I don't know how he does it, but he talks about loving your enemies. is the route to disarming them.
Do you feel that you personally have enemies that you need to concentrate on not hating?
Yeah. When I look at the world and the forces that I'm pushing against, there's
That's very abstract, though. You want to talk about loving enemies? Do you have an individual enemy that you have to remind yourself to not hate?
I do have.
I made you uncomfortable.
Well, let me put it this way. One, when I'm struggling with other people, I'm not the Dalai Lama. I don't practice loving my enemy. I'm not a saint like that, you know. But I often, when I do try to, I try to look at them and try to be mindful of what's going on in them. It always helps me. The more I can soften and try to be sympathetic with where they're coming from, it often does help me come up with a better tactic, a better way to interact with them. But I do not. I'm too sensitive to. I get too irritated by what I perceive as very selfish thinking or very short-sighted thinking or lack of actual thought and reflection. And I just don't have the patience to be like, you know, to be what might be nice. You know, if I was, say you and I were like arguing something, say like you were some sort of political power that I was interacting with, I get worn down by bad ideas and bad attitudes. You know, I can only sit with people like that for so long. Sure. I do try to be. I try not to be a jerk. I try to be mindful and calm as I express myself. And they may not be with me at all in these situations.
Oh, yeah. People don't respond well to a calm individual. It's really weird. People who are naturally angry, I guess.
Yeah, and they're more used to other people just coming back with anger or strong, elevated voices and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. What were we talking about that it got reflected onto me?
It doesn't matter. We can talk about something else. What do you want to talk about? I had less than 72 hours before I moved to Portugal. That was fun.
Well, since you went there, why are you leaving the greatest country on earth?
Because I've already explored quite a bit of the United States and North America, and it's time to go someplace else and explore there.
What are you running away from?
My feelings, my childhood. Nothing. I'm running toward, not away.
Okay. There are a couple comments. We're going to check on those and see if there's something. Ask for teleportation is what David Crozier said. Jack, what is the most important activity in your life that sustains you?
Eating, breathing, those are very sustaining.
And also, do you have a practice that sustains you when the bastards of the world get you down, or do you just blow it off as silliness?
The man doesn't get me down.
Do you have personal practices that really, rejuvenate?
Kind of help keep me centered as who I am. I don't know. Yoga and meditation are good for that, which I don't do either of enough, I'm sure. But for the most part, I don't feel that I am downtrodden or that anyone is oppressing me. And I realize that I'm fortunate in that regard, but if I ever find myself in that sort of situation, I'll be sure to give a good answer on what keeps me.
Yeah. So if you were, I sometimes look at like emotional cycles as sort of like a roller coaster, and I can be pretty intense, in the cycles. How are you in terms of in life? Are you like generally like upbeat, sort of person, or do you go on big emotional cycles?
Oh yeah, I think everybody does have a peaks and valleys of their own emotions, and everything is a flow. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, and I think I don't know if I could say that I'm generally happy or unhappy, because sometimes things are grim, and it's easy to dwell in that. But I don't know. My general disposition is not unhappy or unpleasant, I don't think.
No, it's definitely not. At least not on the outside. You never actually know what's going on inside.
Yeah, I have the comedian's trick of really hiding how upset I can be, but that's fine. All right, that meditation and yoga and a good diet help.
Yeah.
Eat right, exercise, breathe.
Let's go back to you immigrating.
Let's talk about me more.
Yes. So you.
Well, I'm not really immigrating either. I'm just traveling. I might seek residency over there, and 6 months from now I might be living someplace else. There's no fixed plan.
So is there some specific things about Portugal that draw you there?
I have good friends that live there. There's a Mediterranean diet, Southern California climate, nice low cost of living.
Yeah.
That's And it's different. I'm tired of being cold. I've been in the Pacific Northwest for 16 years, which is just a crazy long time. And it's cold and wet, and I'm tired of that.
I can appreciate that. I try to get away every winter for a period of time, taste sunlight and warmth.
Colombia.
Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico.
But you're not going to have tons of Americans around you.
I am, actually. There's a large expat community in Lisbon and Cascais, which is where we'll be living, and a lot of NATO and UN employees who are there's a large American set. Yeah, there's a lot of Americans that live over there.
All right. Have you lived in other countries before?
No. Visited, but never lived in other countries. So it'll be a good learning experience.
It's exciting. I'm going to want to come visit.
Bananas.
Yeah.
And you should come visit.
Yeah. Maybe we could do another show out there. What have you learned since you resided in Portugal? What adventures have you been on?
You'd be like, I learned I really love tapas, and beer is cheaper than water.
All right, we're at the I think we're at the 9-minute mark.
Yep.
So, what should we do with our final 10 minutes of your first, potentially last? You never know what could happen. But
Yeah, of my first and possibly last appearance on your program. What should we do? Oh man.
is there any topic that you want to delve into?
I guess if there was anything, and you know, there you go. I mean, you have an activist audience. If there's something that I would like to see change on an easier to change scale, I mean, so pharmaceutical companies are a nightmare and they suck. And you know, American politics is more about money than the health and welfare of our citizens and all that fun stuff. I would like to see psychedelic drugs used in therapeutic practices. I am a somewhat regular user of psilocybin mushrooms for therapeutic reasons. I mean, also occasionally just for recreation, but mostly so I can sit and meditate and think about my life and what changes I want to make in it. And I've found that it's very helpful for meditation. It's very helpful for depression and anxiety. And I would like to see that more accepted and removed from the Schedule I classification.
And I think there has been some research.
We're out of time.
No,
oh, hey, we
David
got
Kosher. You mentioned mushrooms, and David.
I know. David's like, what? We can only see up your nose and into your glasses.
And David jumped. No, he turned off his video. Hi, David. You can say something, I think, if you want.
I don't think we need to look at the black screen.
No. Well, that is not a 9-minute topic you just brought up, but you know, that's an interesting one. I believe there has been. I've come across research about using what's the name of the substance? The
psilocybin.
Psilocybin.
That's what makes the magic mushrooms magic.
Yeah. So do you know what the status of that? Is there any actual like interest in our country in looking at that substance as a therapeutic?
There is interest. I don't know that there's anybody actively lobbying for it or advocating, I should say. Nobody likes the L word. You know, there are physicians who have experimented with it and seen positive results. What bothers me the most about it is that by going with the definition of Schedule I narcotics, it doesn't meet the definition.
Yeah.
Schedule I narcotics are supposed to be things that are addictive and have no medicinal value. And psilocybin mushrooms have proven to be non-addictive and have medicinal value. And so getting it off of that classification is step one to opening it up so that the FDA can approve more open testing of it.
What do you think the fears are against that?
I think that, I don't know, fear of drugs is pretty deep-seated in American culture. And that's got a lot to do with what American culture has done with drugs. You know, people misuse a lot of substances.
Yeah.
And
misuse a lot of medicinal substances.
And we also misuse things that are perfectly legal and widely accepted. But there's not like a strange stigma about alcohol unless you have direct exposure to the severe negative effects of it.
Yeah.
Most people just see it as a fun recreational tool.
So would you be willing to like describe any of your experiences or any parts of how the effect of mushrooms?
That is certainly not a 5-minute topic because there have been a lot of experiences and
well, we could go into overtime. It is, or you know, we could bring you back, you know, if you wanted. But I mean, just for someone out there that has never touched psychedelic or a mushroom, I mean, I would say probably a lot of people that might watch this have probably done pot.
Sure.
I would say probably pot and alcohol. Most people have experienced those. What would you do? What would you say if they're asking why are mushrooms special? Can you sum up some ways that they're beneficial and therapeutic?
mushrooms, when done in the correct sort of setting, when if you're going into it with I'm doing this for a therapeutic purpose. First of all, what I found to be the best setting is laying down in your own bed with a blindfold and headphones on, listening to classical music or some other sort of soothing instrumental, ethereal type sound. And they sort of force self-therapy onto you. You think about yourself and the directions that you could possibly go. And yeah, you become very introspective, as opposed to alcohol, where you generally just make a lot of bad decisions.
Bad jokes.
Bad jokes, yeah. But you think you're hilarious and good looking.
I still can't really accurately describe the effect of alcohol. I can't really explain what it does if I have 2 or 3 drinks. It's
lowered inhibition.
Yeah, but I don't know if I get dumber or if something gets dulled.
Well, we're gonna go out to dinner tonight. I'll get you a few drinks.
We'll describe.
We can try to figure it out.
I should describe this. I feel dull, but so funny. I feel so funny.
I feel handsome and hilarious. I feel like taking my shirt off.
So, interesting. Listening to music, laying on a bed, and
you can even do like really small doses, and that has a nice calming and healing effect. And of course, myself, marijuana doesn't really appeal to me. It just makes me anxious and paranoid, and it's gotten so much stronger in the last 20 years that it just amplifies the not fun parts of it for me. When I was 18, and you buy an ounce of weed and just roll a bunch of joints because I mean it just wasn't terribly potent. And even then, I don't think I incredibly enjoyed it. I enjoyed that it helped me sleep and got me thinking, which was good because I like to do. I like to imbibe by myself.
Ah.
So.
Okay. So since you're speaking from experience
yes.
With these substances, it sounds like a pretty significant amount of experience. What would you say to young people? Like, do you think this is the type of therapy that people maybe of a certain age would be a good idea to try? I mean, I kind of feel like, personally, I feel like people under the age of 25 are
morons. Sorry, that's not true. You're not all morons. You just make a lot of questionable decisions. Well, that's how you learn.
Well, I mean, they're going through so much. I mean, up until 18. I mean, you are changing so much.
Yeah. Hormones are out of control.
It's really a bad idea, I think, to involve.
Yeah.
anything.
Well, your brain's not really done developing until you're in your mid-20s anyway, and I think that it's best to really kind of let yourself ride through the shitstorm that is adolescence, and then as an adult, seek to make changes if you don't like the way you've turned out, or it's hard to put that into words. I think that people shouldn't just run out and buy drugs and experiment with them with the hope that it's going to make them a better person or anything. If that's what you're looking for, then you should have some guidance, for sure. I mean, I might not be the best example because I didn't have guidance, but at the same time, I also made a lot of really questionable decisions with substance use in my younger years.
So do you do you perceive reality differently when you're let's say
like under the influence? Sure,
yeah.
Sure. It feels like the veil has been drawn away, and you can see things a little bit more clearer.
So like if you were sitting here with me in this room and we had live video going.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that though.
Why not?
Because for me, it's not a performance. That's not the purpose of it. What's a good analogy I could use?
All right, well, let's forget the video, and you're sitting here with me talking.
Sure.
Would I guess I'm kind of like sort of like suggesting. Can you recall enough about how you would see the world that you could describe a little bit how this would be different, how this would feel different, or?
How would this feel different? I would have. Well, I mean, for starters, I'm a very open and honest person, but I would find no trouble being very open and very honest about things that I would otherwise be maybe a little bit uncomfortable talking to people about. I wouldn't say anything with cameras on, but with just one-on-one with another person, I would happily share experiences or thoughts and kind of hash stuff out because I like to think.
And so does it feel like those thoughts and feelings that ordinarily you might have some restraint or hesitation, or you might even just feel unpleasant to take them out and share them, is suddenly like it's easier to share, and it's just like maybe even a little bit fun to share big, powerful, personal things.
Sure. Yeah, and I have in the past shared things with people because I would come to a realization about something and would readily share it in that moment because I just realized something that, that I couldn't, like, so I can give a specific example here. I was sitting around a campfire with a bunch of friends, and everyone who was there, their drug of choice, for lack of a better word, was they were either smoking marijuana or having a few beers. I didn't want to do either one of those things, so I took a tiny amount of mushrooms to just kind of make me comfortable and loose and stuff. And it occurred to me that evening that the reason I'd been upset for a couple of days was because of a thing that happened earlier in the week that had just been a huge blow to my self-esteem. And I didn't realize that that's why I had been upset, and I didn't realize that I had been given this blow to my self-esteem until that moment. And just readily and openly shared it with a group of friends who were very, they're friends. And so they very quickly said, well, no, don't even worry about that. This is who you are, and this is what people like about you and stuff like that. They kind of helped boost me back up. But yeah, it was a weird moment. One that, like, I would have come to that realization eventually anyway, but I wouldn't have shared it with my friends. I would have just kind of kept it and learned from it and moved on.
So interesting. So definitely a tool, a powerful tool that you find is can be very helpful, and it is something that you think our society should be like looking at in a scientific way.
Absolutely. Yeah. Don't take Xanax when there's something perfectly useful growing out of the ground.
Nice. Well, that is. I did not know we were going to go into that topic, but that was interesting.
I'm sure you knew we would.
Wait, we had 10 minutes left. I didn't think you'd like pull that out.
Well, one last hurrah to the. How many people do we have? To those
4 still, and I don't see any new comments. But I could see, that is a really interesting topic, and especially since I like to get philosophical, and people that try those substances often have philosophical openness to discussing it. So I can definitely see you coming back. Now that you've broken the ice, and we know I can have you on.
This is me coming out and saying I can clearly never run for president.
I suppose. I don't know. It's not that bad, Cool. All right. Well, let's. Why don't we wrap the official show at that point?
Do we have outro music?
There will be. Yeah, pretend you're listening to it. I'm going to play music. Yeah. So thank you all for joining us on this 6th episode of The Mindful Activist.
This is number 6?
This is number 6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jack, for being a guest, and and for being my friend over the last 8 years.
8 years.
Most of that time, you've been a great friend.
Likewise.
And I am really going to miss you, having you so far away. So we're gonna have to video conference.
Yeah,
or
it's
just
a small
visit.
world that we live in now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, literally, there could be people on every corner of the earth just actually in our video conference, as David dropped in. Someday.
And especially if you do them at 10 o'clock in the morning, that's only 6 o'clock in the evening in Portugal. I can pop in every now and then.
Sweet. That'd be so great. Great. Was there anything you want to say to our audience as a goodbye?
Thanks for sticking around and listening.
Yeah.
It's, and I can't see who's over there, and I don't want to lean way forward and find out. But drop me a line and say hi if you know who I am. Otherwise, farewell. Bon voyage.
Oh, it's so sad. I see people at home crying.
I'm sure that's what it is.
Jack is leaving.
Yep.
All right.
It's like the last episode of I Love Lucy, I'm sure.
It is. That is exactly what I was thinking of. I Love Lucy. The last episode. All right. So we're going to conclude the podcast right there, but we might chat a little bit more. We'll see. All right. So thank you for watching. Until next time. Each one requires the only activity. Each one. But Facebook is the only one. All right. I guess I'll start. We should really only go an hour because I'm going to Seattle tonight. So, hello, Facebook, YouTube, YouNow, and Sherry Jones, Sandy Herschelman, and we have 2 viewers on Facebook already. All right. Facebook really picks up the viewers. So welcome to the 5th, I think it's the 5th episode of The Mindful Activist. My name is Matt Reddy. Oh, that one dropped out. My name is Matt Reddy, and I am the host of this podcast. I am an activist. What do I say? I'm the founder of the Global Consensus Project, the developer of the Hive1.net software, and I'm also an elected politician, a hospital commissioner here in Jefferson County, Washington. And this is my podcast. And joining me today is Alex Bryan. Hi. And I'm really excited about having Alex here today. Very interesting fella, and we've had some interesting, we've worked together in interesting ways and interesting projects, which we'll get into. And for those of you watching on Facebook, we're not going to pay a lot of attention to the comments as we're talking, but we will check in with them periodically. Let's see. And the other thing that I often do, which is like, is I start a live video conference that anyone could join. So that's the last thing I'm going to do. I'm going to do that right now before we keep talking, and then I'm going to try to stop paying attention to the technology all around me.
I'm impressed with your handle on it all.
So we're using the Zoom software for this video conference, and technically any number of people could join, up to actually 50 people could join using this free account with them. And I'm just going to go on Facebook and post the link and we'll call it good. No one will probably join the conference, although we've had a couple drop-ins before. And my friend Kim did join for a few minutes once. But eventually, and when they conference, we'll be able to show them right here. So we'd have like
I see.
a bunch of people like right there behind us. There we are. See, we're live on Facebook. And pasting the link. Okay, posted the link on Facebook. So now we'll begin an interview. So welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, except I just bumped my head on the way over here on a tree, cutting through the woods to get to the bus stop. So
yeah,
but I'm okay.
Has it altered your state of consciousness?
Unfortunately, no.
No? Okay.
No, I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, looking forward to talking.
So why don't we begin with my one question that I ask everyone, which is, do you consider yourself an activist?
Yeah, that's right. I remember that question from watching your podcast last week, and I thought about that. Well, I guess I would say yes and no. In the sense that yes, I definitely prefer action over philosophy and intention, and I'm taking action on various fronts, but it raises the issue of is there such a thing as an activist or a professional or a teacher or these labels that we use to describe ourselves or other people. Trump is a fascist. We could go on and on, but the labeling is actually is very much at a big part of the work that I do is looking at labeling and what I would call evaluations, other forms of evaluation, as being very much at the root of conflict and violence. So that's the part where I would say no.
So labeling itself, you're saying, is at the root of conflict and violence, or just a contributor potentially to?
Well, we're going to break right into this here, I guess.
Right. Well, without actually. Well, we're not giving. That's interesting because we're not giving people any context for who you are. Right. We just jumped right into.
Yeah. Would you like me to introduce myself?
Why don't we? All right, we'll stop. We're going to pick up back on labels because you're right. This is a rich topic. I've thought about it a lot. So why don't we do that? Give a little bit of context. Who the heck are you? How would you like to introduce yourself to our vast audience?
Yeah, thanks. My name is Alex Bryan, and I've lived here since 2001. And about 10 years ago, I started a business that morphed into a nonprofit called Third Ear Project. Third Ear, as in listening. And that was based on work that I was doing with what I called at the time compassionate communication or intentional communication. All of it's rooted in Marshall Rosenberg's work of nonviolent communication. But in the process of doing this, I came to realize that really this is not about communication per se. It's much more about an awareness and a practice. So I've been working on sort of reformulating it out of the communication context and more into the context of preventing conflict and violence, which is another way of saying making peace.
So what type of situations would this project get involved? Are we talking corporations, government, communities? What type of situations?
Yeah, really all the above and more. I see government. I don't know if I've worked with government yet, but I've worked in schools and families and businesses, and I've worked in prisons and church groups, and just anywhere where there are people dealing with, well, I wasn't going to say with each other, but dealing with themselves even, how we relate to ourselves and each other. So it's anywhere that people are navigating reality, navigating life, going through relationships, going through decision-making processes. All those places where we encounter differences with each other that need to be navigated or figured out in some way. A lot of people talk about conflict, and they'll say conflict is inevitable. It's human nature. It's inevitable. And I much of this work is about being very clear about definitions of words and using them very consistently, because I think that's part of the problem is the very loose use that we have with these concepts. I think there needs to be more of a science of peace, a science of conflict and violence prevention. Let's see.
Well, I mean, you're like triggering like several branches of questioning.
So just to finish my introduction, I stopped doing Third Ear Project here in Port Townsend about 4 years ago, and I've been traveling a good bit and working on a book and a website, and that's what I've got going now is my new website that I'm putting up my training on videos and stuff like that. So I'm trying to expand my reach on the internet. So
and what's your website address? Do you have that yet?
I do, but it's not quite ready for prime time.
But if you say it out loud on this podcast, you're gonna feel so motivated when you go home today to get it at least like the front page ready to go. It'll motivate you. Trust me, I've done this to myself.
I will do that on next week's podcast.
Okay, all right.
It is live. You could go there, but I just want to hold off a little bit longer till it's ready for prime time.
I know what you mean. But I've been basically using that technique to force myself to get this podcast going, get my website going, just like tell someone about it. Anyways,
I've thought about that with my book because I see that people do Kickstarter campaigns and stuff in order to write their book, and they get the funding before they've written the book. And I've been writing a book for the last few years, and so it's like that would be immense pressure to have expectation and get from. But anyway, so there we go.
All right. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things we could talk about, but I think it might help anyone watching this to have to tell them a little bit of a story, a narrative that they can follow. So why don't we tell a little bit of our narrative of how we ended up knowing each other, if that's all right with you?
Oh yeah, sure.
So, would you like to? Why don't you just tell from your perspective?
I mean, my memory is that we met at Occupy.
Do you remember what events we started working together?
Not really. It's been a few years, and I think I remember a meeting in the Undertown that you were there.
Yeah.
A few meetings there. And then the gathering in Portland. There was an Occupy Northwest or some larger, trying to stitch together a larger thing, I think, in Portland that we went to.
There was the Occupy Olympia.
Maybe it was, no, was it Olympia?
Yeah,
you're right, not Portland.
Solid Social Forum, Occupy Olympia Social Forum.
Yeah.
So, well, I remember it a little bit more detailed than that, so I'll tell my story. So, and I told this story because I interviewed yesterday or the day before another person that helped start Occupy Port Townsend, Barbara Morey. But it was a group decided to try to start an Occupy Port Townsend General Assembly, and scheduled a meeting in the Undertown, which existed at that time, and either the first or second meeting, you were there, and you immediately shared that you had facilitation skills and expertise, and immediately started like helping those of us that were really trying to figure out how are we going to facilitate.
I do remember now sitting at the end of a very long table.
Yeah, and it ended up, I think after that first meeting, you and I ended up exchanging phone numbers, and we ended up on the phone a lot talking about like what do we do, because we had like a series of planning meetings, and we basically, we really co-created the process that we were going to use for that first Occupy Port Townsend General Assembly, and then we co-facilitated that General Assembly.
Where was that?
That was at the UU,
right?
The Unitarian Fellowship.
Right, of course.
And actually, the whole thing is on video.
Oh, right on.
And so you can actually, those of you that are really interested, you can see Alex and me facilitate the first Occupy Port Townsend General Assembly.
Archived, cool.
Yeah. And so that was an interesting experience. I mean, that was, for me, that was like, I really started to learn how, learn the difference between facilitation and facilitation with an eye for really being egalitarian.
Mm-hmm.
Really facilitation with the lowest amount of power differential that you can possibly have, and still have really effective group process.
Yeah, I like that image, that phrase, lowest power differential.
Yeah. And is that, now did you come into that, you came, what were your skills coming into that? What was the background? Because for me it was workshop facilitation from the hospital where I worked.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you come from?
Yeah, at the time I was busy studying and learning and teaching dynamic governance, also known as sociocracy.
Okay.
And so I was working with the Fort Worden Partners group at that time, and other groups, Goddard College and some other groups, helping them to implement consent decision-making processes and those more egalitarian meeting facilitation processes. And so that's what I was doing. And when I saw Occupy happening, I was like, oh wow, that looks like there's probably a need there for some help with group decision-making and that kind of thing. So.
And then you took off. The Occupy Port Townsend sort of carried on for about a year, and then, but I remember you telling me you went and visited other Occupy groups. Did you do that?
Yeah, I went to Portland because I had a friend down there that was very involved with Portland Occupy.
Okay.
And I went down there, and also to Seattle, although they seemed less interested in any sort of, same with Portland, both places were generally seemed uninterested in a formal pre-packaged system for decision making or whatever.
So you went there, you wanted to share some of your ideas, you were hoping.
I was curious what was going on. I wanted to participate. I totally loved the movement, and so I was going anyway, but I was sort of exploring to see if there was something I could offer or a way to support what was happening with what I do.
And so how did that stop? Like what happened?
Let's see, how did that stop? I went to some of those, and then not long, let's see, I actually wanted to go to Zuccotti Park, and then things got shut down by the time I could mobilize away from the West Coast.
Yeah.
That was winding down, and then I went to the East Coast anyway, and ended up in Florida. Do you remember what year that was? Was that 4 years ago?
I
think it might have been 5 years
more
ago.
than 5 years.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm trying to remember what I did that winter.
Okay, I was on the East Coast. Yeah. And then eventually you came back, and now you are, and so now you're sort of focused on helping people with conflict, with healthy process.
Yeah, I am working with some people. I do some coaching, and I've done some classes on the phone. Mostly I've been focused on trying to sort of organize all the information that I'm trying to put out there and figure out the best platform for doing that. Mostly, working on how to scale it up and make it available to a lot more people. Because the basics of it, I was thinking about my classes, and I realized when I thought about it, most people on a class spend most of the time during class listening. So of course, in a live class, you always have the option in real time to raise your hand or ask questions or bring up your own stuff and work with that. But most of the learning happens just from listening to people bring their stuff up and people work through it, and me facilitate that, and other people in the group work with them. So there's a lot of learning that can be done just by listening. And I started realizing then that means that if I record, or do videos of just me explaining a lot of this stuff, that's a way to get it out there a lot more efficiently. Yeah. So it still requires real time practice and coaching and question and answer, but you can get a lot just from static.
So do you consider yourself a group facilitator? Is that one?
I love facilitating groups. Yes.
Oh, that's back to the label thing.
Yeah. So it's changing it into am I a thing to what do I do? It's changing from a noun to a verb. So instead of what am I, it's what I do. And I definitely love working with groups. That's challenging. I come very much. It's very invigorating.
Yeah. Well, I kind of see. I mean, my project is sort of figuring out how to facilitate in a healthy way bigger and bigger groups, scaling it up to thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people.
Right.
Is that
through Hive Mind, right?
Well, yeah, through the
Right.
Hive1.net. That's the platform I designed for it. And is that a concept, that you're interested in, facilitating mass groups of people in a different way for?
I'm interested in a abstract sort of way because I've never seen it done on that level, and I've definitely thought about it. I thought, John Buck is the person who I learned sociocracy from, and he wrote the main book on dynamic governance, and that was one of the first books published in English on the subject, and that's his goal. Actually, he thought Port Townsend might be his next step, scale up to having an entire community, an entire town, or he'd love to find a city or town that would just go all in on organizing itself sociocratically. So that concept of ever larger organization and facilitation of groups that way is fascinating to me. But I'm really interested in your project and how that works, how that would work.
Yeah. Well, I'm just sort of curious, like how big of a group do you feel like right now you would feel comfortable facilitating with whatever tools you know that are available?
Well, I guess the size of the group, so, the Occupy groups were pretty big, and their difficulty was that not everybody was on the same page, not everybody had the same understanding of what was going on, and there was so much resistance to any sort of group coordination or anybody standing up front calling the shots, that it was difficult to pull it together. But I think that if you have a group that is on the same page, that has gotten some training about the basis for consent decision making and the intention behind that and what they can expect from that and how to participate in that, I think you could pretty work with it. I mean, I don't know how to say how big of a group. I know that dynamic sociocracy has been implemented in very large. I don't know about entire. Oh, Zappos. Zappos, I think, is running on sociocracy, and like what was it? I can't remember now. He lists a few companies on the back of his book. I think it was like the European wing of Shell Oil, or maybe it was the Dutch element or something like that. Was running on dynamic governance, and a few others. I wish I could think of them right now. I want to say Mars Candy for some reason. Anyway, so they've implemented on some pretty large scales. But I don't know how to.
Well, what? And forgive me, I'm just sort of following a train of thought. Am I interrogating you as someone that knows about facilitation?
Yeah.
Let's assume they don't have any training. I mean, and they don't have. I mean, you're starting from square one with the group. I suppose though they have to at least be saying, "Alex, will you help facilitate us?" So that would be step.
Or another way to say it would be they have to at the very least, like let's say they don't say, "Hey, Alex," or someone do this, but let's say I jump up and say, actually, at that meeting was a good example. It's a small scale, but at that meeting, I'm pretty sure I didn't walk in and say, "I know how to run this meeting. I'm going to show you how to do this." Right? Okay, so I'm ready to hand out. It was more like I can do this. This is something I can do. And then I don't know if someone said, "Well, why don't you do that?" Or if I said, "Why don't I do that?" Unless someone objects. So it's not so much you have to have people saying, "I want you to do it." You'd have to not have people saying, "No, we don't want that."
Yeah.
And so the objection part, as you know.
Yeah.
So go ahead. So if they wanted me to jump up, at least I'm in front, and there's a big group, and they're not objecting.
Yeah. So let's say it's a group of 200 people, and it's a real mishmash of people, like mix of right, left wing, conservative, liberal, and they have to make a decision or some decisions. 200 people. Would you be comfortable saying, "I can help facilitate this"? If there's no objection, yeah.
Well, sure.
Yeah. What if it was 1,000 people?
Well, if the logistics were in place to hear, to do that, yeah.
Well, what logistics?
Just be able to hear people, for people to be able to see what's going on, for people to be able to somehow know that they have a way to have their voice heard in that process. If there's some sort of, I don't know, if microphones or.
Yeah, maybe assume audio. Assume everyone can hear you.
Yeah. And see enough to know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Well, I might call you to help do that. Because that is the goal, to get 1,000 plus. I imagine we'd probably be on the phone a lot planning, what we were exactly how we would do it logistically.
Yeah. In terms of logistics and stuff, definitely preparation and planning. But what's exciting for me about working with groups is the spontaneity. You don't know what you're going to encounter, and then the challenge of dealing with that in real time. In fact, I actually consider that to be maybe the most cutting edge of this whole thing, is at the intersection of consent decision making and empathy for differences that emerge, or more likely conflict that emerges in some of that process. Even if it's not conflict, it could be someone who's just totally distressed about something, what someone just said, or whatever is being proposed. And when you get triggered like that, you can't. It's hard to reason. You don't have access to your thinking faculties the way you do when you're not triggered. So to try to reason with someone or talk to them in a normal, our usual sort of way, who's super triggered, is usually not very effective. So having this other skill of empathy, which is, and actually I would call it empathy in action, not just the empathy that we think of it. This is the very, very specific practice that I teach, and I call it empathy in action. So having that piece in there would be absolutely essential. Have some people in a large group who know how to do that piece. Ideally someone other than me.
Yeah.
Someone else, or someone other than us.
Sprinkled into so basically you would need as you scale up the number of people, you need to scale up sort of level of helpers that have that skill for when these small conflicts
Right. Yeah. When you have a very small group, you need a facilitator, a scribe, and maybe a stacker or something like that. But as you get bigger, you need more roles. You need a timekeeper, you need a vibe watcher, and all those things that we saw emerge out of the Occupy general meetings.
Well, let me ask you. I do have a second question I ask people that I do enjoy what people say, and that question is, how do you? Actually, before I ask the question, this is totally like bugging me in my brain that I haven't checked something here, so I'm gonna do that real quick. You took a drink of water, so I'm gonna check. Cool. There it is, and I'm gonna drag this over to there and take that. Love that picture. That goes away. All right, so just in case somebody jumps into our meeting, they will show up behind us. Oh, the managed participants. Rosanna is in there. So someone dropped into our meeting. Rosanna, you're welcome to show your video or unmute and say hello if you want, just because it's fun. Or you can just sit in the meeting. Let me see, is there a chat window? It's a little awkward, but All right. So someone did come in, and we can, as I said, we can take up to 50 people in this room. It would really change our conversation, but as it is.
With 50 people sitting over our shoulder, that would change the conversation.
That would, yeah. So we got 50 people here, but we have infinite people potentially
That's
here.
right, that's right.
And Sherry, hi guys. I'm totally curious, but I've got to go. Hey, a few people, Joro, Taylor. Hi everyone that jumped in. Okay. So eventually this is going to get really complicated when this show gets popular, which it's sure to. So I'm just going to stay focused on you now. Right on. I'm going to continue this conversation, and we'll see what happens. Okay. Okay. So here's the question: how do you respond to power when someone tries to use power over you? They raise their voice or do other sort of other things that are expressions of trying to use power to move you in a certain direction.
I don't know that I experience a whole lot of that besides someone raising their voice, and I'm certainly able to still be triggered by something like that. But for the most part, I've gotten very much to where when I see someone raising their voice, that doesn't, I almost am grateful because I'd rather have someone communicating in a way that's difficult for me, if it is, than not communicating, or communicating something that's not entirely true for them. I'm not getting the whole picture. So if they're raising their voice, then I'm grateful that that they're willing to keep expressing themselves, and I become very curious about what's driving that much energy. So I guess that, and in terms of raising your voice, I don't know if I see that as trying to use power over me, but and I'm trying to think of other situations where people try to use power over me, but I generally resist.
You resist?
Well, sure. I mean, I want there to be a balance. So when there's coercion, unless it's something that I'm already familiar with them and what's involved, and I'm going, okay, yeah, that's fine, but I don't think I experience it that much.
I didn't experience it a lot before I became a politician and before I lived in community. But yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of the stakes of the context in which you're with people. If you're in a lifeboat with people and it's like everyone's feeling pressure, enormous pressure that's really personal, I guess they tend to, emotions tend to spike more. That's at least for the community side. And in the political side, there's all sorts of crazy pressures in the political world. And
do you have any examples of what you've experienced? Would you be willing to? So maybe just a generic sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people. I had a person come up to me after a political meeting, and I was sitting in a chair, and they came up and they were standing over me, and they were looking down, and they were raising their voice, and they were saying what I was doing in the meeting was inappropriate, and it was very and that was like, that really sticks out for me because it was really early in my political career, and it was a very new experience for me. It's like, wow, this is how apparently this person treats people, gets people to do what they want, I guess. And but in that, but that was like, I guess that's why I asked that question, because I did not, what I started to learn there is that I really soften when someone raises their intensity.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's like, I mean, a part of me is just like, a big part of me is just looking at them saying, are you serious? You're really gonna like raise your voice at me? It's like, it's so absurd. And
as in unnecessary or not, lack of respect, or what when you say absurd, I just wonder what the
it's just like, it seems to me well, I guess it really just seems sort of juvenile to me. It's just not how a mature adult human being speaks to another mature adult human being. you know, it's very much, it's like sports. It's like you're bringing something I would experience in a sporting event, like a basketball game, where someone's like, you know, when I play sports, I might be like, ah, you know, but in talking to someone, I'm not going to bring that aggressiveness and that strength to try to get someone to do something.
Right. Do you think that's what he or she was trying to do? Get you to do something.
Yeah.
Get you to do something to do differently in the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, clearly it was, and I just
was he telling you what to do? He or she telling you what to do, or just saying that was inappropriate and that kind of.
Yeah, inappropriate and trying to get me not to do it ever again.
That's really interesting. I guess I hadn't necessarily equated the raising of the voice and the you know saying well, this is inappropriate, don't do it next time, and all that as being an attempted power over. No. And my question was, did you remain seated?
Mm-hmm.
You did. So I think when that kind of thing has happened to me, I will stand up. Like I don't like uneven. And I'm taller than most people, and if I'm just standing next to someone who's not as tall as I am, I'm uncomfortable at the almost like you said, the power differential or the height differential. So I will do things just to figure out how to be more on their level. And if it's the other way around, I don't like it either. So if I was sitting there and someone started, you know, I think I would pretty quickly want to stand up and be, not to try to, you know, like, oh, look at me, you know, but just more to level out.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is eye contact. You know, if someone is confronting you, just if you're willing to just look them in the eye,
Right.
I mean, you're definitely saying, I'm here, I'm listening to you,
I'm looking at you.
I'm not afraid of you. If
Right.
if a part of you is trying to trigger fear in me, you know, I mean, actually, it was triggering emotions. I mean, but
anxiety.
I just call it like I just call it emotion. It's just like builds up.
Is
it's
it
like
defensive? Is it are you?
It's like an anxiety, fear type
uh-huh,
emotion that comes up when intense moments like that.
Yeah.
And if it's on the political stage, I mean, sometimes it's in a meeting. I mean, there have been moments in meetings, just like you described, where another commissioner is really coming after me, like over something. Like there's been a lot of controversy over the recording of these meetings because I believe they should be recorded, and I make sure they are recorded. And so at the end of one of these meetings, which was kind of it was kind of a long meeting, it was kind of boring, so I was like sitting back in my chair and just sort of like listening around. But at the end of the meeting, this other commissioner had been saving up something, and he's like, I need to say something, and you know, I had to like, you know, say something across the table to me. And in that case, I did like, oh, we're gonna have something. I'm gonna sit up and, you know, look at you and have my back straight. And you know, the attack went on, and I was like, yeah, I got nothing to say to that. I don't really. I was like, it's fine. But it was like, if you're going to confront me in public, I will. And maybe that was the difference between that and the one-on-one situation. If it's one-on-one, there's no audience.
That's what I was going to ask you, is how much of the anxiety, fear came from the fact that that you're in public, that there's other people viewing what's happening. Is there a
definitely
sense of
contributes? Definitely does.
So then, is it a concern or a curiosity about what other people are thinking of this, or how they're seeing you in this light? Is it something like that, like, you know, the being seen part versus the one-on-one part?
You know, it's like all those considerations, they sort of blend into one massive emotional, like huge energy thing in those moments.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, as a politician, I'm sitting there. I constantly have to go back to, especially when the emotions go big, go back to why the heck am I here? Why am I in this room at all? And why am I participating in this generally unpleasant experience? And so I go back to that. And like I have another example. If we can jump to another example. I was pushing the board to do what's called a community health assessment, something I think hospital districts should do every 3 years, and in some states are required to do every 3 years at least. And then and we hadn't really done one for like 10 years. And so I was pushing this, and I was saying, you know, pointing out, I mean, we care about our community's health. We should be monitoring our community's health in detailed ways, in rigorous ways. And you know, I mean, a commissioner took real offense at me saying this because it sounded. I mean, he took it personally. He was like, "Are you saying we don't care about our community?" And he was really offended. And he was like, he just really sort of, you know, can't remember exact words, but it's on audio. We could always.
But it was at you.
Yeah, he was like really upset. He's like, "I'm really offended that you keep on talking like you're the only one here that cares about our community." And you know, he sort of went on a little rant like that, and it was a direct, you know. And so I really had to sort of like, it wasn't really like an attack insult. It was like, but it was. Directed at me. It was a very emotional critique of my behavior in that moment and how I was presenting myself. And so in that moment, I softened and I thought, how do I respond to that? And I had to really sort of go back to why am I here? And I remembered, you know, sort of the thing, the speak from the heart, you know, thing. That is sort of I think for me, I guess that's my solution to conflict, is speak from the heart. And so I was like, I said to him, and this was actually this was Chuck Russell, who's not on the board anymore, great guy. I said, Chuck, I'm here because I care about our community. I'm just trying to figure out the best way that we can care for our community. That is all I'm doing. I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm not trying to criticize what you're doing, but I am going to keep asking questions and suggest things. And I'm sorry if I'm going to turn over rocks that you feel you've already looked under, but I feel like that's the only way I can do this job. And it was, you know, and after the meeting,
how did he respond to that?
It was It was good. It softened the moment, and after the meeting, I think we even hugged or shook hands or something after the meeting. Yeah. So that's another. And it sounds like that's kind of similar. The sort of the empathy thing. How do you sort of relate your what a tactic you would recommend? Is it similar to the speak from the heart, the using empathy in the moment?
Well, yes and no. I mean, speak from the heart is too vague for me to really know what that, to really do anything with that. So there's two pieces to this. One is recognizing that his criticisms of you, depending on, I'd have to hear some of the phrases, but if he's saying you're this or you're that or that's absurd, why would you even those are sort of like, I see those as red flags for empathy. So it's like if someone is, so they're abstractions. These something being absurd or somebody being an idiot or somebody being selfish, or those are just abstract concepts that we overlay on people and behaviors and whatever we like or don't like. So number one is to me, you can just it's like you don't tune out what he's saying, but you tune out what it means in terms of is this really criticism? No, it's the only way he knows how. And most people are in this boat. Most people only know how to express what's important to them by criticizing what they don't like. So my question to him when he says, "Don't think you're the only one that gives a damn about the community," what I would wonder is, or let me ask you this: what do you think he is wanting if he's asking you that? If he's saying you're not the only one, so what do you think he needs if he's asking that, or if he's saying that to you? Do you have a sense of it? My guess to him would be like, are you wanting some acknowledgement that everyone here is here because they care about the community? And his answer might have been, well, yes. I mean, why do you think I'm on this board? Of course I care. So now he's agreeing with you. He's saying yes, and he's being heard in a way that he himself didn't even know how to articulate that. He didn't know how to say, Matt, I'd really appreciate some acknowledgement of all the other stuff that we do here as board commissioners. Instead, he's saying, you're not the. So if you take that at face value, you're going to get anxiety and fear or whatever, and you're going to figure out how to defend yourself or explain yourself. Yeah. Whereas if you realize that really it can't actually be about me. He's trying to tell me his experience of, it's so frustrating to hear you make these suggestions, Matt. I feel frustration because I want acknowledgement and recognition of all the stuff that we are doing to try to help the community. So that's what I would hear. That probably there's something like that behind what he's saying. So I could dismiss the criticism, be curious about what needs he's trying to express, and then ask him. And even if I don't ask, just the curiosity is de-escalating for me. Yeah, just call me. But then if I ask him, it starts to become de-escalating for him. Right. And I've literally, countless times I've watched people who are all pumped up over something, and then me or somebody else asks them a couple of questions, and it's literally the energy goes from, but yeah, and all of a sudden it goes to this, yes, thank you, yes. That fast, almost that fast, just by asking those kinds of, being curious about what's driving this person's discomfort. So
I think it depends. I mean, it would work. I think it would work extremely differently depending on the type of confrontation moment we're talking about, because that was a moment with a person who was. Wasn't trying to use power over me, was really actually expressing strong emotion of how he was feeling in that moment. The other examples, really were sort of blatant. I want things to go the way I want them to go, and I'm angry that you're getting in my way. You're creating an obstacle, and I am going to raise my voice to try to get you to just understand I know more than you and just do it my way. And that's a different type of situation.
It is, and if I've watched. One of my favorite situations or memories was working in the prison, and there was a very bulked up guy who was very angry about something that was happening between him and the administration and not being able to get personal items or something, whatever. And he was on the edge of his seat, leaning towards me. I mean, he was just like, "You have no idea," and he was just so, And
this was a member of administration in the prison.
No. This was a prison.
This was a prison.
Yeah, this was a guy. It's the medium maximum security prison out near CQ. And so I was working with him with a group, but then he came to his, he had something he wanted to talk about, and so the more he talked, explained the situation, the more pumped up and angry he got. And I was literally like, kind of like looking down the hall, like, how far away is that guard?
Yeah, you didn't have a guard in the room.
No, and so, but I just kept asking him questions. I was literally like thinking, wow, this might be the difference between you. I really wanted to de-escalate this energy because it was like, wow. And I just kept asking him questions, and he eventually, pretty quickly fell back in his chair, with relief, because he was like, yes, exactly, that would be really nice, yes. So that kind of energy, I've watched it just scale right down if you don't try to come against it or explain or defend or fight back or whatever it is. Just curiosity about, is it this? Are you upset because you want respect? Are you needing understanding? Or there's something you're needing. And if I ask you, it's going to engage you trying to figure out, well, what the hell is it? What is it? When you talk about this huge ball, it all kind of comes together, it's big emotion. If you watch that over time, and I know you practice mindfulness, so it's just really tracking that and being careful to say, okay, well, there's this element, this component of this emotion that's maybe I'm a little nervous because I appreciate calm, and I'm getting a little irritated because I like respect, and I'm a little fearful because I want to be seen accurately as standing up for what's important for me, and there's a bunch of other people in the room, and I'm, you see what I'm saying? So you tie sort of different threads of your emotions to different needs that are driving that whole big thing.
In the moment, when it happens, and I don't know if I'm unusual about this, I'm a very emotional person, it's just like all the needles go to max. I mean, I'm just like at max at everything, and I'm like, I do try to breathe. It was interesting. We had another confrontation. This was in Chelan, where we had a meeting and they weren't expecting me to record the meeting, and they weren't planning on recording the meeting. And I took out a recorder once the meeting started, and everyone got incredibly upset with me and started to tell me to turn it off, and in very, very bossy sort of ways, like, no, you're not recording this meeting, and then giving their arguments why. And after they all sort of like had their first sort of salvo of, no, you're not going to do this, turn that off, I mean, off the charts emotions inside, although I don't really show it on the outside, but I just breathe. And you can actually listen to this audio of this, and I don't say anything for, I mean, it had to be at least 30 seconds to a minute of just silence. And I'm sitting there like, wow, I wonder how long I could go, just like this moment of silence.
And they're all waiting for you to respond.
And they couldn't, wait for, they couldn't wait, after about a minute, the president of the board was like, Matt or Commissioner Reddy, do you, what, are you going to turn it off? But for me, that was the most bold I've ever been with just like, I need to take care of my emotions at this moment, and I need to wait, and so I'm just going to wait. And I know everyone in the room is feeling this is strange, because that's not what you do. You're not allowed to be silent in a board meeting for unless you're having like a moment of silence.
Yeah, right.
You don't do moments of silence. I mean,
on your own.
Yeah, but I was actually very proud of myself just for that personal
being
practice.
aware enough to take care of yourself and being willing to do that in a space that's not.
I mean, it took bravery for me to be silent that long.
Right.
So that was like a personal like accomplishment, just stretching the silence, because it did help me. I mean, my emotions they stayed like off the scales, and once I started speaking, they went they responded and went off the charts again. But it's kind of like, I look at it like skiing, skiing down a hill. If you know you can stop on any sort of slope, then you can like just stop and like go a little further and stop. And that's how I see sort of mindfulness for myself when my emotions go out of control. It's like I proved to myself in that moment I can stop at any point in this like emotion. And so it's like, all right, I'm going to speak. I'm going to get into the whirlwind of what's going on in this room again, trying not to feed it, trying to speak, trying to de-escalate it, but at the same time de-escalating myself.
Yeah. Well, you're talking about a lot of the things that are a lot of these things are why I said earlier that it's to me one of the most cutting edge parts of this whole thing is when you are in a meeting, because you're being assigned a minute gone is a minute lost in a meeting.
Yeah.
Now, unless you're willing to go over, which over time at the scheduled ending of the meeting, which I really don't like doing if at all possible. I really try to keep things contained and keep the agreements we made about the meeting. But that's why it's so cutting edge, is because you can't really dismiss a Matt Reddy who is got to sit for a minute because he can't really function right now, but the meeting's got to go on also. So how do you balance those things? How do you provide empathy for people in real time in a meeting situation that's on a clock that involves a bunch of other people, that have made an agreement about how this is going to happen, and now something not on the agenda is happening and is peeling away time. So I just find that to be really challenging.
Yeah.
How's our time doing?
Yeah, so it's 5 minutes, but why don't we check in on the comments? There's been a couple comments on Facebook, and we'll just see what.
I'm so glad you're monitoring all the technology.
All right, actually, there's been one comment.
Impressed.
Sandy Herschelman, powerful. Alex, addressing your personal examples of conflict and offering some tips to smooth the conversations. So I guess that's not really a question, just sort of a comment that she found here. And okay, so that's the comment we have. And I don't know if there's comments on. I seriously doubt there's any comments on YouTube. And Rosanna is still in our meeting. I don't know how well she's hearing things, but she's still there. So let's see. So we got 5 minutes to go. Is there anything else we want to tap into before we conclude this? And we've just sort of delved into some really interesting, juicy topics, and I feel it was kind of almost like a great public, personal, political therapy session for me.
Nice.
It'd be good to debrief like every meeting, with you.
Sure. It's interesting. This is after Occupy and after I left Port Townsend 4 years ago. I went to Florida and thought I was going to hang out with a friend and write a book, and I've been working on the book, but I didn't realize. I still had work to do to figure out what to focus on. And in the end, what I decided, because my focus originally, or ultimately became, how can I blend the empathy work and the consent decision-making work into one model, so that one person can buy one book and read one theory that's written in all one language and one glossary consistently, lays out everything from self-care to empathy to group dynamics, decision-making, the whole 9 yards. And it's fascinating. I would like to do that one day. But I realized in that time that the core piece of empathy, which I was sort of doing, like dismissing the criticisms and the evaluations and aiming at what needs are driving this, and that simple shift is incredibly transformational. And people don't have to know much about it; they don't have to see it or do it very much to see, whoa. And I just decided I want to start off by focusing on getting that piece to as many people as possible, rather than the whole entire piece to the few clients I might find who want to take the whole thing from beginning to end, starting from scratch.
Yeah.
So that's so it's fun for me to go into this because I don't pay that as much attention to the group dynamics and consent decision making as I used to.
Yeah.
But it was a nice mix too, like I said, the sort of the cutting edge, the intersection of the two.
Well, I mean, I really feel like the world, the way power works in our world is extremely broken and corrupt. And the solution to that is going to involve a lot of people with the type of expertise and skills and passion that you have. I mean, I kind of felt this way like during the Occupy movement. Facilitators, people that have facilitation skills, but not just facilitation skills. It's the other piece of that is sort of like the vibes checker skills, like the group empathy and the skills for how to help a group when conflict arises. I mean, I feel like people like you are incredibly valuable to human society right now. And we don't know, I don't think society knows how to use these skills yet. We don't really have, when you have a hierarchy, you don't really need people all that much that help make people happier in the process. Right. You just need people to follow orders. Right. But when you have, when you really have a more egalitarian society, when everyone's needs and emotions are important, not just the needs and emotions of the people at top, you need some serious healing power, some mindful Zen power intermixed, teaching people this is really teaching everyone. This is the skill you use, and this is how you train it, and this is how you these are tools you can learn and practice. Totally. So thank you for the work you do. Thank you for everything that you taught me when we worked together, and I continue to learn from you from these conversations.
You're welcome, Matt. You're really welcome, and thank you for what you're doing, because I'm really appreciating now what you're pulling together and what you're working on, these different levels and different channels for putting it out there, and the Hive one. It's exciting. I had an idea for the same type of idea a few years ago, and you're doing it. So
awesome.
Yeah.
All right, and I hope you'll come back and join us.
I'd love to.
And if we do get some big events going on Hive One, I would be very interested in having you helping me figure out how to facilitate.
Yeah, I'd love to work with it.
Awesome. Yeah. All right, that is the conclusion of the 5th episode of The Mindful Activist. Thank you, anyone that watches or dropped in and watched. And we'll see you next time. So, thanks. Well, that's interesting. Facebook really cuts off the window in a strange way. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Audio is not bad. Okay, so that really is what the window is going to look like. All right, so if I'm sitting here, my guest is sitting here, and we have a head right here. All right, so if I'm sitting here, my guest is sitting here, and we have a head right here. No theme music today, maybe? Hey, we have a viewer. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Mike, aren't you away volunteering on some activist endeavor? Hey, Mike, how's it going? Mike, are you still? Let's see, what else can we do here? Go live using YouTube from my computer. Hello, Carmen. We're going to start the interview as soon as my guest arrives. This is my first Facebook Live video. This will be the 4th episode of my podcast, which is called The Mindful Activist. There's a Facebook page for that. You can go see the first 3 interviews. They're quite exciting. Back in town for a couple days, interning with Pramila Jayapal's campaign. I don't know how to say that. Interning with it. I assume that's an amazing, progressive, Bernie Sanders-like candidate. Yaron Samid, I cannot believe you just joined my Facebook Live. How's it going, Yaron? This Facebook thing is crazy. This is Yaron Samid. This is one of my oldest friends from 7th grade. Yeah, that's what I figured, Mike. Amazing progressive candidate. Yaron, you still playing volleyball? I'm probably playing volleyball tonight on the beach. My body can barely handle it.
I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to start what's called a Zoom video chat. And technically, any of you that want to could actually join in. Thank you. You're on. You have like a family now, don't you? We haven't talked in years, you and me, like 10 years or something. Alex, still sketching. I've got some art. I've got a moment. I'll show you some art. Until my guest arrives. This is my masterpiece. But it's like, how old is this? It might be 10 years old. This guy. Really like this one. And then this is back from college. These are all very philosophical. Then we've got this guy, also very philosophical. Anyone want to guess what these threads represent? And then back here in the works, this guy is going to be finished someday. Got like 40 hours in this guy so far. This is a work of art right there in itself. You know how long it took to do this crazy hand. Now this is this is pencil sketched, and this is acrylic paint. I just can't get over this hand. I mean, look at that hand. That is like the most crazy thing I've ever done in my life, painting that Terminator hand on that. I should really go outside and make sure Barbara knows how to find the way to my house. So, what's the mechanic called? Well, let's see. Title-wise, it's a meditating robot. It's sort of symbolic of how I believe technology will eventually help us become a more enlightened society. And so it's sort of the robot that was built to be a war machine, meditating, sort of showing, our technology itself might become enlightened. No, I haven't really sold anything since college, so I just sit on. All right, so I'm going to start recording there. Okay, so Barbara's not here yet, so I'm going to step outside. Hey, Rebecca. So I'm going to start shortly. I got to go see if my guest is outside. I'm going to leave the video going because I do that. You're on. I would totally love to meet up and hang out sometime. Come to the Seattle area. Where do you live? Like New York or something? Okay, but I got to check outside to see if Barbara's here. So everyone just sort of enjoy this. Oh, you know what I should do? I should play a video. You can watch this video while I go. Nah, we won't do that. All right, I'll be back in a sec. All right, that just seems crazy to leave all you guys just sitting here. So why don't I just take you outside and we'll wait for Barbara together. Then we can keep. Have any of you actually watched any previous episodes of the podcast, The Mindful Activist? Any of you actually, anyone know that I had a podcast going? Hey, did I stay live during that phone call? I had a phone call, so it might have froze up. So let's see, yeah, you're Ron, where do you live? Yes, I was asking you a question. Yeah, maybe it freezes during the phone call. You were enjoying the couch. Nice. My guest has arrived. Alana, this is the most audience I've ever had because I've been doing most of my broadcasts on, and we're actually live right now on Facebook. So just so you know, beware of what you say. Not that you ever beware of what you say. You never know. Thanks for having me over. All right, so we are going to set up in the living room here, and I was thinking you could sit here on the end of the couch, and I'll set this up. Everyone frozen? Anyone able to see video? You might have to close Facebook and come back in or something. Rebecca, you're on my list of people to interview for this show, this podcast. All right, so Facebook is kind of funky with the video screen. Mm-hmm. It gives us this narrow vertical window. But we have this video going. So let's see. We're going to sit sort of close to each other here while I interview you.
Okay, no problem.
That's not bad. And let's see. This, though, gets a nice shot. And, all right, we're going to go ahead. Now, before we haven't officially started.
Okay.
But what I've done is I have what's called a I have the option of starting a video conference that would allow other people to join our conversation. They could just drop in and join in. It might disrupt if we're in the middle of an interview, but it also would be kind of interesting.
Sure.
So are you okay with
Sure,
us
that's
doing
no
that? Okay. So I'm going to start that. Sylvia, I believe, Sylvia, aren't you a high school friend? Those are all the people. We have 8 people actually watching us sit here on the couch.
Hi.
This is Barbara Morey. I'll give her an official introduction once we start the official podcast. And we're live on Facebook. We don't need to share that. Okay, so there we are, and we will record. Stop this video on Facebook. We're not even very late, are we? We're almost on time. Not that I scheduled anything.
It was exactly 10 when I pulled up this morning. So.
Yeah. Okay, so we're also on this one. If anyone drops in, they'll appear on that screen.
Okay.
Euron says hi, Barbara. Okay.
Hi.
So, welcome to the 4th episode of the Mindful Activist podcast. I'm the host, Matt Reddy. I'm an activist. I'm a meditation practitioner of mindfulness. I'm also the developer of the Hive1.net software and the founder of the Global Consensus Project, and I'm an elected politician. I'm a hospital commissioner in Jefferson County, Washington State. I'm joined today with Barbara Morey, who I know as an amazing activist. But that's mainly how we've interacted, and that's really, I know a lot about your activist activities. I don't actually, I also know you're a mother.
Yes. I have 42 foster children and 1 biological child.
You have 42 foster children.
Yes, all teenagers. And I have them 4 at a time, usually. All girls, except for 2 little brothers that happen to tag along over a period of 10 years.
That's me. That's right. I've heard you mention that over the years that we've known each other. So you are quite the nurturing soul in this world.
Well, it turned out that way. I didn't intend to have any children.
Yeah.
And then my husband died, and I realized that everything, the value from him was put in a shoebox. And I called my mother shortly after his death, and I said, I'm going to have a baby. And she said, you're what? And I said, yes, I want somebody to warp in my own image.
Wow.
So I have a daughter, Rebecca, who is very independent and very much her own image. I always thought that if I kind of brought her up right, she'd think independently, but that would always end up to think like me. That was wrong.
Yeah. So she thinks independently, but not always like you.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the same kind of I think the same thing happened to my dad. You know, he raised me to be a really critical thinker and to question things and to analyze things. And I think he got a little frustrated when I got into college and my values and beliefs started to diverge from his.
Yep.
And I don't think he's ever gotten over that.
I don't think my parents ever did really either.
Yeah. So, interesting. Okay. Is there anything else background-wise you'd like the vast audience of viewers to know about you before we get into...
Well, I spent my professional career in the field of education, and I was an educational administrator. And I was a child of the 60s. My high school class was 1966. So we had Vietnam, we had civil rights, we had all kinds of things going on.
You graduated in 66.
High school, graduated in 66, right.
And so were you, as a high schooler, I don't know, when was there major protests going on up while you were in high school?
Not where I was. I lived in a rural northern Wisconsin community, and we had Native Americans, and that was kind of the underclass of our community. But we didn't have a lot of the other, the things that were going on in a lot of civil rights issues. But my family was involved with civil rights issues. My father was a minister, and through the conference of the church, he was involved in, not demonstrations and all so much, but in writing letters of support and drumming up support for people to listen to issues and participate in talking about issues.
Okay, so at either in high school or after high school, were you involved with Vietnam protests?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I started, my first activism was actually when I was around 10 or 12. My father was protesting at a local grocery store in a little tiny town, and he was demonstrating because there was some issue about the grocery stores had all decided to be open on a certain night so that the farmers could come in, and this one grocery store thought, well, they'd get the business by staying open another night. So my father went down there with a picket sign saying, give Fridays a chance. And I went down with him, and that was my first demonstration. And he was down there all by himself, walking with his picket back and forth. And for years after that, in the local parade, kind of like the Rhodey Festival, our local parade there were people saying, we want Friday night, or we want Saturday night, and it kind of became a community joke almost. But it was my first experience with being on a picket line.
Nice. Interesting. So, well, before we get into more stories, I should ask you the one question I ask my guests. I only have one set question, which is, do you consider yourself an activist?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And how long has that been like a part of your life? Has it been since you were 12, or that was your first experience?
It's come in different ways over the years, but it's been since I was 12, or maybe even younger. But yes, it's been a long time. I remember as a child, we were traveling, we took family vacations, and we were traveling, and we came to a gas station, and there were, I'll call it bathrooms, and I remember seeing the signs saying colored men and women. And I remember when I was a young adult, very young adult, going to a tavern, and they say, we don't serve Indians and dogs. Okay, so it's been part of my life, of being active in something and being aware of situations. It's been part of my life, all my life.
So I'm very curious how people react when they're faced with conflict, when they're faced with power, and activists, they encounter that depending on what type of activism they do it in various ways. But do you, in general, how do you react to a power conflict when it is up against you?
First of all, the old thing of speak truth to power, I think, is very real.
And are you able to do that?
Most of the time.
Yeah.
But also using humor and using the power of people. For example, my house went into foreclosure a few years ago, and I was writing for an underground press at the time. And I went through the whole thing. I fought the foreclosure, went through the sale, and then I called up the bank afterwards and I said, I'm planning to write an article and I'd like to just give you the information about it. And I had actually worked out to have 25 raging grannies and grandpas tied to rocking chairs in my house to be evicted when I got my eviction. And
did that actually happen the day?
They canceled, they rescinded the sale as if it had never happened. And then we went on and got a modification of the mortgage and everything, and I'm still in my home.
Okay, so your tactic, they were going to evict you, and you got an eviction notice.
Yes.
And you had a date
Yes.
of the eviction, and so what you did, you organized a ton of elders, what you called the raging grannies,
Yes.
to be ready to sit in your house.
Tied to rocking chairs.
Tied to rocking chairs, so that when they came to evict, they'd have to decide to untie these elders from...
Haul them out in their rocking chairs or some way. And I already made plans to contact the press. I had sent out a news release. I had a news release ready for the press, and I had talked to a few people that I know in the press to be able to say, this may be coming up. And they said, keep us informed.
Did you have cameras ready for the incident?
You bet.
Yeah.
Cameras, reporters, the whole thing.
See, now we would have this. We'd have
Yes,
Facebook
that's
Live
right.
and YouTube. We would be ready to live stream the whole event.
Right.
It's such an amazing power, the power of recording,
Yes.
of transparency and recording. I've encountered this in many parts of my life. On the commission, it's come up. But if you just say to people that are using their power and you think they're using their power in a way that's wrong, you just say, I'm just going to record it. I'm going to show how you use your power in the world, and we'll see how it turns out for both of us. We'll see, how the world reacts, because it forces the rest of the world to judge what happened.
Right.
It's kind of what happened. A much more extreme example, but with the in the civil rights movements, with those the groups that went down to the South and went
Yes.
into restaurants and just said they just wanted to be served, and then violence occurred, and the world was sort of forced to see this is what is happening, and we have to now judge what is happening, and it puts pressure on the world to decide where they are
Right.
morally, what's going on.
And I think that at that time, I remember hearing Walter Cronkite saying something about television changed the civil rights movement, and television gave validity to the civil rights movement. And I think that the people's press, the individual recordings like people are doing now, is the same kind of thing. It's a very powerful instrument for addressing all kinds of issues.
Yeah, I think, my attitude is, this has come up on Facebook Live, with people videotaping a police action or a police shooting, and I don't know if you were aware of this, but that one where the man was shot in the car and the woman started Facebook Live
Yes.
videoing it. I don't remember the names, but I believe it was up on Facebook Live, and Facebook took it down for at least for a while. And this is like, it did go back up, but it was like such an important moment in our media and social media history, because if these cameras have the power to capture injustice, then it puts the social media company in the place of censorship or not censorship. Do they show a horrible thing that's happening, or do they censor it?
Or when police cams get instantly turned off for some reason. That's another indication of the power of having videos and recordings and things.
Yeah, Ron just threw us a pretty awesome question. How can the internet be better leveraged to harness and scale local and global people power for effective activism? What needs to be built? Well, yeah. Do you have an answer for that? I have an answer for that.
You give your answer, because I'm not a big part of the technological world. I have internet, and I do Facebook, and I do something, and I have a video camera.
Yeah.
But I'm still connected to my video camera or to my actual camera as opposed to the camera in my phone and so on. So take it away.
Yeah. Well, funny you should ask that, Yaron, because the software I built, the Hive1.net software and the Global Consensus Project, is all about basically that, figuring out how to use the internet to leverage people power, to find alternatives to corrupt hierarchical systems. So, and we'll do on future episodes, we're going to do more sort of demos of how that works. I did start this thing, but I didn't actually share the link with anyone, so no one would know that they could jump in. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a link now that any of you could use to join this conversation in video, and I'm going to post that.
While he's doing that, I was pre-technology in my career and everything too. I remember when we first had data information systems, and when we first had computerized sign-in sheets for employees and for students and everything in the school, and we kept records of everything handwritten in addition, because we were not trusting this new technology. And I would get printouts of the pages that were accordion type pages, get printouts of those every month about all the students and all the activities that were going on and what my budget was and all. And that to me was high technology. But I also had a job working in a credit bureau, which when I first graduated from college, there were no teaching jobs available. So I worked for a credit bureau, and I happened to be there at the time that the Fair Credit Reporting Act went into place, and several of the fair credit issues were raised, and I was formally trained at a national level about consumer rights and consumer protection. I had no idea that I'd ever use that, and yet it's come in so handy at some time later in my life. So I was pre-technology, and I'm now approaching 70, and I'm pretty comfortable with the technology I have, but because I made that transition, I recognize how important it is to have the technology, but also it's important to have the background of understanding what's behind the technology, what the sign-in sheets mean, what the statistics mean, instead of just putting them on a computer or something and coming up with the answer. What does it mean when I do this? What does it mean when I participate in that? So, end of lecture.
Nice. Jeez, that was great. I can just step away and you'll talk.
Sure.
That is so great.
My daughter says put Nicole and me and I can do the whole dog and pony show.
So, well, since you're on Ask, and I started to explain it, I don't know, have you looked at any of this? Okay. So Barbara and I were extremely involved with the Occupy Port Townsend movement. That is actually how we met. And we could give a little bit of that history. When probably the first day I showed up at the little Occupy Port Townsend protest that was going on every Saturday from 2 to 4 or something, I imagine you were probably there.
Oh, yes.
You were often there. And do you remember what happened that day when we first met?
I'm not sure. Go ahead and remind me.
Okay, so I came up to the group and I said, I'm a facilitator, and I'm aware of how the Occupy movement has been doing group facilitation. I've sort of been studying it. I could help us do a general assembly. And the group, we facilitated a little meeting right there, and we decided to meet up and plan a general assembly. And I don't know if he's still here, if Alex is still in the audience, but you remember Alex, Brian? Yeah, he was there, and he helped us sort of come up with a plan for how to facilitate a general assembly. We came up with agreements for how we would do proposals, how we would do consensus. We probably had like 3 weeks of planning meetings.
Yes.
We brought a facilitator from Occupy Seattle came over one night. I think Sean was his name, and he helped us plan it. And so then we had this massive general assembly, Occupy General Assembly down at the UU Fellowship. And out of that general assembly, Occupy working groups got created, and they started meeting. And I don't know, over the next year, Occupy Port Townsend was doing really interesting activist protests against money in politics, corporate power, foreclosures. And you and I were like meeting all the time during the weeks, and these protests, the big Bank of America protests.
That was so fun.
That was amazing. I mean, when I edit this together, I'll put video. I'll show some of the video, and you'll see Barbara there. I think you were wearing your
Statue of Liberty
thing. You're dancing around. Yes.
And we shut down the drive-through of the Bank of America. That was really cool. And we had the parade through town, carrying the tent.
All right, so there's been a couple comments. So I should explain the link that I put in there that you're saying is kind of useless. So the link is for joining this video conference. I should plug this in too, just in case we lose power.
I'm glad this is you and not me.
Yeah. Seeing Facebook Live doesn't support links. There's no way to copy and paste that link. That's really interesting. So in any case, if anyone wants to join this talk, the link that I posted to the Zoom software would actually take you into the video conference. And we could actually have up to 50 people video conferencing and talking to us right now using this Zoom video conferencing link. It looks like you're saying it's really hard to click the link, and I'm sorry about that. This is the 4th episode, so we'll get these kinks worked out. And then we'll just go with it if someone does drop in.
Sure.
But the reason I'm sort of like attempting to thread all this together. So what I learned from the General Assembly process and the consensus process that we were experiencing in Occupy, that was what really taught me how to be in a group without hierarchy.
I agree.
Yeah, and it was like totally, it was like a revelation to me. We need to figure out how to do more of this, more non-hierarchical, non-power dynamic group decision making, and we need to figure out how to do it on a mass scale.
Right.
And so that's what I've been working on. That's what the Global Consensus Project is. Literally, how do you get global consensus? How do you facilitate global consensus on issues? And the Hive 1 software is my first attempt as a facilitator to design software that could let us facilitate 1 million people using basically the same thing I did when I facilitated General Assemblies or when we did that. So this podcast is really just a way of telling people about that software.
Sure, that's right.
But but I love it. Also, there's a benefit to talking about activism, because there's a lot of people say no when you ask them if they're an activist, and then I ask, well, do you care about what's going on in the world? Do you have any issues you want things to change? And most people say yes. There are some things they care about, and then I ask, do you do anything to try to impact those issues? And then sometimes they describe all these activist activities, but they don't like the label activist.
Well, I've come to some transitions in that too. I'm now officially an advocate as opposed to an activist in terms of how I introduce myself. I'm an advocate for affordable housing. I'm an advocate for special education students. I'm an advocate for people who are homeless. Yeah. And it's still the activism. It's a different form of activism. And I think with my age, I become less physically active and more active, I guess, in using the technology for one. I've been writing an awful lot of letters to the city council and the planning commission and that kind of thing, which I wouldn't have been able to do previously. I'd have to go in and speak all the time. But I've become more of an advocate, and I think that's my role at this time, because I have the experience of all these years, and being able to pull that together a little bit. I'm not able to go out and physically march as much as I'd like to, or attend all the committee meetings or anything else. I'm just physically not as able to do that. But I am able to sit at my computer and send notes to other people and say, get involved, and Tuesday night we're doing this, and so on.
Yeah. Well, there's always something you can do, you know, there's always options.
Right. Well, when you mentioned that we were going to be talking today and you invited me, I started getting all kinds of ideas in my head. And what I came up with is the power of activism. And it's not necessarily how you do it, but that you are involved. For example, the power of the individual voice. My dad going to that grocery store and picketing all by himself. And the grocery store then started closing on the nights that everybody agreed to, and stayed open on the nights that everybody agreed to. One lone voice did that. Or the power of music. In the civil rights movement, music was such an important part of what we were doing, and we sang our way through the events of the civil rights movement. Or the power of speaking up. When I was a young adult, I confronted an adult for the very first time, of getting in his face and saying, no, you're wrong. When Martin Luther King was assassinated, I was at the home of a friend they were first generation Polish. And the father said, if they shoot a few more of these, we wouldn't have any problem anymore with race. And I actually said, no, you're wrong. And I stood up for the very first time.
How old were you?
I was probably 18. No, 19.
And who was this you were saying?
This was the father of a friend.
Okay.
And the father, he was first generation immigrant from Poland, okay? And he was very definitely in a different world, different mindset from what I had been.
Yeah.
So I stood up to him. But what happened is his son then went with me to the open housing marches that were being held that week in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
As a result of your standing up to him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, so it's, the power of an individual speaking up and confronting even those that we wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable with. I was always taught respect your elders, and boy, at home if I had said something, I would,
Right.
So
yeah, I've encountered that in other situations. It's like you think, there's no point in challenging this person, because you're like, it's just going to create a heated moment, and it may not and you pretty much know it is not going to change this person's mind where they is.
Right.
But there is a ripple effect of you doing that. You speaking up for what you think is right. It affects other people that hear it, and that don't have the strength or courage in that moment to do it, and they wish someone would. It gives them some of that. It gives them some charge of energy and courage, even though it is potentially personally painful for you to do it.
And frightening.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And so, so did that experience make you feel like, oh, I could do this again, or did it make you feel like I never want to do this again? This is really painful.
No, it was painful. But after I got thinking about it, and I went on to the march, and the son went with me, it was like, oh, there's some power there. It was we didn't use the word empowerment at that time. It was too early. But there was some power there. There was a sense of, I can do this, and I'm not going to die. Well, sometimes, in some situations you might, but it was a moment when I realized that I could directly address things that I saw as being unjust, and have it turn out okay, and actually, like you said, have a ripple effect. And it wasn't my intention to do that at all. It was one time when I had to speak out because it was so blatantly incorrect, unjust in what he was saying, and so biased.
Yeah.
But some other things that I've learned, so I'm happy to make a little list. Being an educator, I write everything down.
And Yaron's still asking good questions. There is a site, hive1.net is the website. At some point, we're going to have somebody watching the Facebook comments, and then maybe we'll figure out a way how to have our conversation and check in with the comments.
Do a Tom Hartman thing, huh?
Is that what? I don't know what
Tom Hartman is the progressive speaker on Free Speech TV and Sirius and all, and he has people talking in, but he has earplugs in, and then he has a computer in front of him, and his staff or his coworkers are always sitting there and typing so and so says such, and he talks on the phone to people and everything. So,
yeah, it is. I mean, it's a lot going on.
Yes.
It's like with the chat comments, and if we have someone drop in, but this is why I built the software I built, because it's like you have to think about, you have 1,000 people in the room. How do you interact with 1,000 people in a sensible way? End of protest. What's the best way to engage these people pragmatically? So interesting. So in Israel, we are repeatedly on the receiving end of protests. What's the best way to engage these people pragmatically? So
the thing of truth to power, to me, just encapsulates that. How do we approach people? And when we approach, like in the situation with Israel and Palestine, okay, if we make it personal, if we make it not just numbers of how many people were killed and how many bombs were there and who they came from and all that kind of thing, but make it personal. These families, these incidents happen, and then to speak truth of why did these happen? What happened here? What was behind this? And address those truths. Then we can impact the power. And I really think that that's true on a national and international level and on an interpersonal level.
Yeah, it's I've learned a lot from living in a community. I live in an intentional community,
yes.
And you see conflict at a very raw personal level occur, and it's very easy to extrapolate how this just in a community anywhere, how little conflict just balloons into massive conflicts of groups. Because, I mean, if you can do it in a community of 20 people, that you can have this conflict, this divide between people, and they're not talking to each other, and they are, they're bitter about something that happened
so personal.
years ago. Yeah, and then it's, it all comes down to, basically what you're saying, it's just like a lack of personal understanding, lack of empathy for what's going on with the other person. And then, because usually, I mean, I'm not claiming to be good at this, but if we had a conflict over something, I mean, the cure is you just have to go and see what is at the root of it.
Right.
What is, I guess the way they say, what is your root need? What need is it that you're trying to fulfill with this item that we're in conflict over? What need am I trying to fulfill that seems to put me in conflict with you? Because when you do that, if you break it down, you often see your needs are not actually opposed to each other. It's like you think the solution that you've come up with and my solution, we've come up with different solutions and those are in conflict. But if we go back to the need, and then we look at our co-need and we say, how can we create a solution that works for both of us? In my experience, the vast majority of the time, there are great co-creating solutions. But it's like we get attached to our position.
Yes.
And it's like, and then it's ego. It's like, and I see this on the commission, on the hospital board, and it's like, person has been fighting for this position. Now they're attached to that. You come in and you say, well, that's not the greatest idea. You try to say it gently. You try to say, I know you've been attached to this idea for a long time, but what if we did it this way? Now, there might be some benefits to that. It's very hard to let go of the idea you were defending. It also, you can feel like a pride thing, of like, it makes you look like you were wrong. And so then, you have this, people think I was wrong about something. And there's, especially if you're a politician, to change your mind publicly can kind of make you, make some people feel weak in the eyes of.
So I think what you were saying about getting to the root of the problem and not just working on the solution is very important, because it's a matter of, for example, in dealing with homelessness in Jefferson County now, we all know now that it's a big problem in Jefferson County. We have 355 homeless individuals we have the third highest number of veterans that are homeless in the state, behind King County and Thurston County. So we have a huge number.
Third highest number?
In the state, number of vets,
like
not
raw
rate,
number.
Raw number of vets.
In a county of 30,000 people, we have.
The third highest number of veterans homeless in the state.
How many people?
That I don't know. I don't know the number. And we're behind King County and Thurston County, which of course are big urban areas. We have Section 8 vouchers, which is a problem all over, the subsidized housing and all this. We have 137 vouchers, and there's an estimated 44 places for them to use their vouchers. So we know the problem, but then how do we solve that? Well, some of us have gone out and started a tent village. Well, tent village has all kinds of connotations to it. So there are politicians and people in offices who say, we can't have tent villages, this is bad, that looks bad, and all this kind of thing. Then we go to them and say, what can we do instead of that? Okay, well, then we'll have it at this location. That's good. We'll go to a particular campground and rent spaces there so it's not so in your face. Okay, and then from there it's a matter of, but what do we do long term? Well, we need a 24/7 shelter. Okay, so who's going to do that, and how are we going to do that? And instead of being this way, which we started off being, we are now at least talking the same talk and beginning to understand how we can begin to address some of these issues, and that we must address them. That it's not an option whether or not we're going to address them. We must address these issues. And so like the county commission meets tonight, the city council meets tonight to talk about the comp plan, and they're talking specifically about housing and affordable housing and the homeless situation, because we brought it up as an issue over the last 2 years.
Is it city council tonight?
City council
Port
tonight.
Townsend City Council meeting
6:30
tonight.
tonight.
6:30, and they're going to be talking about
the homeless encampments, tent encampments, and housing for the homeless as it applies to the comprehensive plan. So and what they're planning to do for the next 10 years of concrete plans, goals, policies, all that kind of thing.
And what do you think they should do?
I think, first of all, we need to have more affordable housing. We just plain don't have enough facilities, enough units. And that's going to take 5 to 10 years minimum to develop. I think we need to have some strong interim measures. Things like a 24/7 shelter. For example, there's the old Union Bank building that's closed up on Sims Way. That would make an excellent place, excellent location, advertisement here, an excellent location for a 24/7 shelter. It's near DSHS, it's near social services for mental health, it's near things for drug addiction programs, it's off of the downtown route, it's on a bus stop, it's near the grocery stores. Anyway, so kind of putting a plug in to do something like that, have a 24/7 shelter. We could also have a village of tiny houses, which is happening all across the country in dealing with homelessness. And I have a location in mind that I'm really attached to. I had to smile when you mentioned that, because I'm truly attached to a particular location, which the county has said no way, but I'm still attached to it. And so, but if they could come up with another way that we could do this, that
what
would
location?
work.
Do you want to tell what location?
Sure. There used to be a county campground right next to the Tri-Area Center in Chimacum. It was a park that has 12 acres. It had 30 designated campsites originally. It has a shelter building that's in disrepair, but it has water and electricity to the shelter building. It's been closed since 2009, and officially the repurposing of it is for a potential dog park. So, after researching that out and checking out the plans and everything, we proposed it to the county for a place to put a village of 10 to 15 tiny houses. Tiny houses are 250 square feet or less. They are essentially similar in function and size to an RV. So it would be natural to put them in a campground, right? Well, the county has responded with this. We have plans, governmental use plans for this property, and you may not use it. But there's nothing in the official plans, in the planning commission plans, in the anything there on paper that says what their plans are. So in the interim, while they're doing that, we could have our village of tiny houses there for 3, 4, 5 years while everybody else is getting more permanent housing going. So, you know, I'm stuck on that, and I would gladly take another location. But what they're doing across the country for housing with these tiny villages like Quixote Village in Olympia and in Eugene, Washington, and Eugene, Oregon, and in Portland, and so on, the government municipalities are leasing land, public land, to a nonprofit to set up a village of tiny houses. So if the county or the city has some unused public property that they would like to lease to a nonprofit for 5 years, 10 years, something like that, for us to have a village of tiny houses as interim housing, I'm all for it.
Nice. Okay. Is there anything else you want to say about the housing issue? I was going to go back to.
No, I think that's enough right now.
All right. All right. So just I'd love to ask a couple more questions about how you work with power.
Okay.
So have there been instances where the power conflict came to